Good morning, everybody. It is 9 a.m. here on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026, and we'll call this meeting or this work session to order. If you can, please join me and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Brandy, if you'll do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Kimball.
Present.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros. Chair Sanchez.
Present. All right, we do have quorum. And with that, we'll move on to the first item on the agenda, which is going to be a presentation by the Las Cruces High School FFA and discussing our cultural issues and AI. So I'd like to invite you all up.
Good morning, esteemed commissioners and staff. Thank you all for having us. First off, we were able to get excusal from our high school this morning to come present to you guys. I'm an agriculture teacher and FFA advisor at Las Cruces High School. I have a group of 7 individuals here. Our topic this year is our contest is agriculture issues. So anything that is affecting agriculture, our county, our country, our state. So we find those topics and we research them. Obviously, we're no professionals in the area. We just go based on what research we do, and we present it to high-quality individuals, groups such as yourselves to earn points. These individuals, their state contest will be May 26th at 3 o'clock at the Doña County Convention Center. This will be my 3rd team, and every team I've had, we've taken to National FFA Convention. We've won, and we've taken to National FFA Convention, so hopefully we have some luck. Their topic this year, and like I said, we are no experts in the area, are how AI and AI data centers are affecting agriculture. I know that's a big thing in different areas. Like I said, we are no professionals in the area, so we look for guidance, suggestions, comments that you guys as officials have come across in this area. So they are in a skit, if you would. They're actually playing a peaceful protest. We actually saw some officials outside getting coffee and thinking, oh no, something's about to happen, and kind of heard them chit-chatting a little bit. So this is a peaceful protest. Our middleman, which is a middle person, is playing a news reporter, an unbiased person kind of on both sides of the presentation. I'll have them all, and all these students are tied back to agriculture in some way, whether they're farmers right now, current farmers, parents are farmers, grandparents are farmers, or in that way. So I'll have them come introduce themselves individually, and then they will present. They have 15 minutes to present. We're roughly at 14 minutes. And then 15 minutes of questions, or 10 minutes, or however you guys would like to do that. And then after our presentation, if we could be excused so we can get back to school and get that done. So with that, I'll let them introduce themselves, and then they'll kind of line up. One thing I do, for our portfolio, we have to record. So we had our next presentations in New Mexico Department of Ag, New Mexico Farm Bureau, New Mexico Ag Trust, and American Ag Credit, any of those big banks. One thing I do need, if it's okay with you guys, if the kids can line up right here and take a picture with all the commissioners behind the seal, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
And then I will be sending a formal letter that we did actually, in fact, present to you guys, and I can send that out later on. So,
And if I can add too, the good thing would be also, this is being recorded.
Okay.
And it's actually right now live on YouTube.
Okay,
But
awesome.
even after it's done, you guys can go onto YouTube, search under Doña County Government Center, and you'll find the video for this.
Awesome. So one of our other forums was done at the 95.1 radio station. So it's being broadcasted as well. The higher quality forums and presentation and speakers that we present to, the more points we earn. So thank you guys again, and we'll definitely put that in there. So with that, I will let them introduce themselves. Additionally, I do have a sign-in sheet. It's kind of a deal that we've done for years. You know, Susanna from District 4, and I'll pass that around. And even our crowd, they're more than welcome to sign in. for that, since this is technically a public forum for these individuals. So I'll let them introduce themselves, and I'll start with our sign-in sheet here, and maybe we can pass it on. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is George Collins. I'm a sophomore at Las Cruces High School.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Herrera, and I'm a junior at Las Cruces High School.
My name is Kel Runyon, and I'm a junior at Las Cruces High.
My name is Elizabeth Dow, and I am a sophomore at Las Cruces High.
Hi, my name is Georgia Armstrong, and I'm also a sophomore at Las Cruces High School.
My name is Peyton Foster, and I'm a junior at Las Cruces High.
My name is Peyton Allen, and I'm a sophomore at Las Cruces High School.
Awesome. Welcome.
And Mr. Chair, while they're getting ready, if I may,
Yes, please.
Las Cruces Bulldogs, I welcome you. I'm also a former, well, Bulldogs forever, right? So thank you for presenting today. I'm very proud of you.
Earth needs its resources to thrive, not AI to survive.
More data, more power. AI grows every hour.
This is ruining the economy.
Don't pause the future. Say yes to AI. We need it to survive.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dow, a reporter with Channel 41 News. We're here today at the protest regarding the Project Jupiter data center. The protesters are here discussing the many issues surrounding the placement of this data center here in New Mexico. Excuse me, sir, can I get a comment on what's going on right now?
Of course. My name is Kel Runyon, a local farmer here in the Mesilla Valley, and I am here in support of the AI data centers in the Doña County. Embracing these AI data centers is the best thing we can do.
What? How can you possibly be supporting it? I'm Georgia Armstrong, a local dairy farmer, and I'm terrified. Have you not seen how much water they use? They're acting like we don't already live in a desert.
Yeah, but AI presents some serious potential for agriculture. With their help, we farmers will be able to further our crop production, increase productivity, and so much more of this revolutionary technology.
But the water, how can you say that when we're in a drought and don't have enough water to water our crops or support our animals?
Yeah, the water.
Ma'am, hang on. Who are you?
Pardon my manners. I'm Peyton Foster, the general manager for the local irrigation district, and I agree with Georgia about the water concern and how these large data centers are consuming massive amounts of water in order to cool their systems. While these companies are trying to meet AI requests and run these centers at high energy, they're dismissing the big picture. Ma'am, I'm actually the manager of this data center project, Aubrey Herrera. I understand your concerns, but I feel like all the recent fear-mongering about what our project really is has clouded your judgment.
Exactly, Aubrey. My name is George Collins. I'm an urban developer here in New Mexico. AI projects like Project Jupiter are being painted in such a negative light.
But what about people like me? AI's gonna take my job. Whatever am I going to do? I have a family to feed.
Sir, one at a time. Please stay calm. Who are you?
My name is Peyton Allen, and I'm the state's labor representative here in New Mexico. With all these AI data centers coming online, my clients are rapidly losing their jobs as these companies and centers replace us with AI that can get jobs done quicker and cheaper. Last I checked, robots don't need a paycheck to put food on the table.
Exactly. In the long run, AI will be a net negative for society and our local community here in New Mexico.
Wait, I've been hearing a lot of talk about AI recently. Just this week, my producers asked me to cover a story about the new Project Jupiter. What exactly is it?
That's a great question. Project Jupiter is a 4-building data center campus in Doña County, specifically in Santa Teresa, New Mexico. This center is being developed by companies like Borderplex Digital Assets and Stack Infrastructure, with ties to partners like OpenAI. It is designed to help grow our digital infrastructure as well as help with AI training. We are aiming to be completed by October 2029.
I feel like I've heard a lot of talk about AI surrounding AI for ages now, and not just in science fiction movies. Why has it become such a big deal recently?
That's right. AI has been around for 80 years. The first data center was created in 1945 at the University of Pennsylvania. This center needed 1,500 to 1,800 square feet of land to house its machines, which was a lot for the time. Today, Project Jupiter wouldn't be the only data center here in New Mexico. There are currently 2 centers that are operating and 2 others in construction, therefore adding to the total 4,000 data centers currently in the United States.
But this isn't just about amazing technology. AI holds so many potential benefits for scientists, farmers, consumers, and workers. AI has produced over 500,000 jobs for people working at data centers and is said to bring to our economy by 2030.
George is right. We can already see the possibilities. AI has already improved fertilizer and soil management practices on over 45 million acres of farmland. By using remote drones, which help farmers be able to identify their soil type and go beyond recommendations in order to go straight towards site-specific nutrient applications. It also helps my economic management effectively tell me what purchases I need and don't need, resulting in me being able to conserve my resources. This new technology is revolutionary for my business and ensures my customers get the best produce more precisely and efficiently.
So, should we be supporting projects like this in our communities? I've still heard a lot of backlash about its different impacts. How are these data centers going to impact agriculture, the biggest industry in Doña County?
It's going to have amazing impacts. With us being the leading state in agricultural production, this can help boost us even more, like our crop yield and revenue. 40% of the world is being used for farming, and feeding more families increases its profit by 120%, giving us more money.
We won't have any crops to grow or animals to raise if AI is taking all of our water, though.
Oh yeah, you guys mentioned that these AI data centers are taking up loads of water.
Yeah, it's the truth that these companies don't want you to know.
One of the biggest ways these centers take up water is by using it to cool their servers, their processor chips, and prevent overheating. And these data centers don't just have one or two servers. They can have up to tens of thousands of servers in one facility. In a medium-sized data center, they can use up to 100 million gallons of water per year. And a larger data center like Project Jupiter can consume up to 1.8 billion gallons of water annually.
The grass on my lawn is all dead because we already don't have enough water, but they expect us just to sit by while these robots take whatever's left.
Yeah, everyone needs water, including animals like mine. On most dairies, one dairy cow can consume up to 30 to 40 gallons of water in a day. On average, a cow herd of 2,500, that is 100,000 gallons of water that can be used towards dairy production.
My point exactly. These data centers are increasing exponentially by the day, therefore hurting farmers not only with the loss of water, but with the loss of land. With these centers being placed, farmers and ranchers are limited to crop production, grazing, and livestock use. It's such an important issue now because Doña County and 27 other counties in New Mexico have been declared as natural disaster areas due to severe drought. We really don't have the water to sustain these large data centers.
Yeah, Project Jupiter alone spans 1,400 acres, but most data centers can range anywhere from 1,000 to 4,000 acres.
Well, I think I can help with some of those water concerns. Our plant is projected to use recycled or non-potable water to meet our center's cooling needs, as well as a closed-loop system. This system uses minimal water compared to conventional evaporative cooling, which consumes massive volumes, therefore conserving the limited potable water resources, particularly in dry or drought-prone areas like New Mexico.
But they're still using land that could be used for agriculture purposes. In the past decade, these data centers have taken up approximately 1,000 to 1,500 acres of farmland and have continued to use all of our water. This negatively impacts farmers because they rely a lot on surface water from rivers, lakes, and reservoirs. When we look at groundwater, 85% of it is drinking water that both people and livestock crucially rely on.
I think I'm starting to understand the problem happening here. These data centers pose serious issues for the agriculture industry, but how are they impacting other sectors of the economy and community, like our own family and friends?
That's a great question. AI isn't just helping our local community, but it's helping our country as a whole. It helps to increase our gross domestic product, which is the total value of goods and services in our country.
That's right. AI is looking to grow our economy besides just being a world leader in agriculture.
Right now, the U.S. is actually a leader in the AI race. S&P Global Market Intelligence has estimated that U.S. data center capacity is more than 40% of the global total, and that's expected to continue growing. Since January 2020 to January 2026, high-tech-related industrial production, which includes AI, has majorly outpaced other U.S. sectors like energy and non-energy areas.
Where's the money for these centers and projects to start in the first place coming from, though? They can't be cheap.
Large companies like Amazon and Microsoft are investing billions of dollars in networking equipment, high-performance GPUs, and data center construction. With their investments, it allows us to make more jobs that are high-paying and expand productivity, giving back to our economy.
These multi-million-dollar companies may be advancing our economy, but at what cost? Goldman Sachs, a large financial company, states that 6 to 7% of workers could be replaced due to these companies companies and data centers. AI may be reshaping the job market, but at the same time, they're displacing certain job roles that are important to our industry overall. Have you already seen that AI has already taken around 10,000 to 50,000 jobs just here in New Mexico alone?
Well, my job has only gotten easier. AI cuts my project time by 24% because of how fast it produces layout plans, checks compliance with local code, and adjusts designs in seconds.
So what? We're being replaced out of convenience and shallow pockets? These jobs that took my clients a lot of time to get, but are now being torn down in the blink of an eye, and for what? So that we don't get behind and we don't have to pay as much? While centers are generating some employment, my clients are still left vulnerable. A job market like this will only make our country fall behind on a world stage.
That's true. I have family members who have already recently struggled to find jobs. If AI comes to fill those already rare openings, communities and families will struggle.
Exactly. This especially poses a serious risk for low-income families across the country as key jobs and wages are taken. New Mexico is already one of the poor states, with approximately 17% of our population living in poverty. Rapid adoption of AI could depress wages for human workers, widening the economic gap.
In rural, border, and agricultural communities like ours, our community's members do not have the same job opportunities as there are in large cities.
Customer service, data entry, and other repetitive motion jobs are at the highest risk of being automated with AI. These may be lower wage jobs, but families still rely on them. Workers earning under $38,000 a year face the highest risk of job displacement, with it especially affecting minorities like Hispanic workers. At the rate AI is growing in jobs now, research has shown that these populations are 14 times more likely to have to change jobs by 2030.
But the job market balances itself out. By reducing the need for manual labor, it creates demand for workers with skills in technology, robotics, and AI maintenance. Plus, not only will this project increase jobs, it also uses a natural gas-powered microgrid in order to generate more power than local utilities, utilizing over 40 turbines.
True, but when we look at New Mexico, it's trying to reduce our pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Our goal isn't being met. Our 2030 goal is to reduce the same emissions by at least 45% compared to 2005. But with the rate these data centers are coming up around our state, we are now only projected to cut by 13%. By then, with the pollution of natural gas and oil, we are ultimately reversing all of our progress. And that not only hurts our farmers, but our community in general.
Wow, I didn't know there's so many different factors surrounding AI and agriculture. I think we have to move on to our sports coverage now, but I know our viewers have learned so much. On today's news report, we spoke to 6 representatives from different sectors to hear what they had to say about AI, and both its positive and negative impacts on agriculture.
My name is Kale Runyon, and as a pro AI farmer, I think the ag workforce will grow tremendously, as it will help farmers and their businesses reach new heights. Embracing these innovations can help cultivate our ag future and advance our production.
My name is Aubrey Herrera, and I'm the project manager for Project Jupiter. This center will increase jobs, use minimal potable water, and ultimately revitalize the New Mexico area with exponential growth.
My name is George Collins, and as an urban developer here in New Mexico, I'm advocating for the use of AI data centers. These centers will bump up the global economy and improve mine and other jobs to be as efficient as they can be.
But on the other hand, we heard from representatives who are against AI and are worried about its negative impacts.
My name is Georgia Armstrong, and as a dairy farmer, these AI centers are hurting farms like mine and are causing issues among the community. We may advance with this new technology, but lose part of our traditional agriculture ways.
My name is Peyton Foster, and I work for the local irrigation district. These data centers will continue to rise and continue to negatively impact our farming community. The usage of water will continue to skyrocket, and we must find different ways to stop it in order to save the future of New Mexico.
My name is Peyton Allen, and I'm the state's labor representative. With the continuation of these AI data centers, I'm trying to find ways to keep my clients busy. These jobs are being taken over by AI, and we need to find ways to slow it down.
We don't know all the answers on this topic, and it's drastically changing almost every day. But it's important that we all become educated on both the positive and negatives of artificial intelligence. Should we support AI projects like Project Jupiter with the economic and agricultural advancements they pose, or should we hold these projects accountable for the environmental risks they pose and how they are hurting working communities like ours?
What can be done to protect our farms, animals, and workers while still supporting the strengthening of agriculture and technology?
Thank you for tuning in to Channel 41 News. This was Elizabeth Dow reporting live, and we'll see you tomorrow for the next big topic.
Awesome. Thank you all for the presentation, and it was really I wasn't sure how the format works, so I love the skit format. I don't know, commissioners, do you have any comments, questions for the team?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Sandro Hernandez?
I don't know if I got PTSD just now or what was going on, but no, this is awesome. Like, this is so cool. You guys should put it on the road. I feel like you guys do better than most of the individuals that we've had come forward and talk about this subject. But I think it was great. You guys did research. You all figured it out. You all have done all the homework. Your talking points were on point. I loved it. I was smiling the whole entire time, which says something. So I really appreciate it. This is awesome. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you all. The points that were raised today were spot on, and that's what's happening in our community at this time. So thank you for your persistence on this and for your presentation. Again, I'm very proud of you. Go Bulldogs.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kimball?
Thank you all. I met you all before we started, and I thanked you for coming. I'm really glad to see what you've done. This is really enlightening. Like I told you, I'm learning about it as well, and you brought up some really great points, and it's nice to see it from both sides. It really is, and it shows us how it affects everybody all the way through, from the developers all the way to the farmers to the workers, and I think you've done a great job on this, and I hope you guys win all the competitions with your presentation because you're doing a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you all again. Mr. Padilla, thank you so much, and Ms. Collins, for reaching out and asking for the presentation. Thank you for sponsoring these amazing, talented youths here. And I think, like the other commissioners say, I think this is part of exactly the points from both sides, is exactly kind of the things that we wrestle with, and a lot of the topic subjects that we look and decide on here on the county commission. And I think understanding, trying to hear from both sides, the points, and I think they're highly, I think it was, like Commissioner Saldana said, you all were spot on with them. I think the only other suggested, if I could, I think the only other item for the anti, with the water concerns in particular, is something else facing the state of New Mexico, is going to be the impending settlement in the water case with Texas versus New Mexico. And it looks like right now, it sounds like the state engineer's office is going to be looking to reduce the amount of underground water rights, reducing the amount of existing underground water rights by 5 to 7%. And so I said that was the only other thing that I think it's a struggle that we have here in New Mexico, and always being cognizant of, because agriculture and farming plays such a big role in our heritage here in Doña County. So, but amazing job, and thank you so much for and especially the points like that you all brought up with AI and using that to determine, for higher yields, or even looking at how to better plan. Just amazing. So, thank you all so much for coming this morning.
Thank you, guys. And we thank you guys again. Last year, we won their state contest. Our topic last year was tariffs, when the tariffs were hitting pretty hard. But like I said, we have two sides, so we're not, we try not to speak any type of political at school, so we try to do two sides to every story. So I thank you guys again for taking the time to listen to these individuals. Any other questions, additional questions? So with that, if you wouldn't mind, we can take a picture behind the field, and we would like to be excused so we can get back to school and go from there.
Absolutely.
Thank you all. Squeeze in a little bit more. Okay, I'll move a little bit this way. Right there. Perfect. Smile. Perfect. Thank you all very much. I did.
Morning.
All righty. All right, the next item up for discussion is item number 2, which is the Emergency Vehicle Operations course, or the EVOC. With that, we have Mr. Justin Weaver.
Good morning, Chair, Commission, Management. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this project to the Commission. I know we have Commissioner Kimball, who's new to this project. So just to give a brief rundown, the Emergency Vehicle Operation course is, of course, where emergency vehicle operators, first responders can learn how to operate their vehicles safely at high speeds, under loads, transitioning from dirt to pavement, which you'll see a lot here in this community. This course, we looked at 3 different sites, one of them being the Jetport, the Luna County Raceway, which is over in Luna County, of course, and our Doña County Fairgrounds. The feasibility study led us towards the fairgrounds, in which we started getting into the design process. That in which we invited other local entities to come in for the design, give their input, which led us to a proposed partnership with the city of Las Cruces. This morning I have Chief Story here with me, who's going to give a little bit more on that presentation.
Good morning, Chief Story.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Jeremy Story, Police Chief for Las Cruces Police Department. You all, for the most part, I think Commissioner Kimball may be the only one that wasn't here when it was presented back in 2024. But the reason we're even this far is because this body saw the need for this and had a vision and actually got us started, which I'll talk more about here in a second. Sorry, this is a brief video that's taken from one of our graduation videos for our academy, just so you can see what EVOC training is and the current track that we're using. This track is Arroyo Seco. It's in Luna County, Aquila Flats. This is a few years ago. You can kind of see the condition, especially as you get a little bit closer. It has not been maintained very well, and that's part of the issue that we're facing. But EVOC training involves both high speed, it involves emergency response, so lights and sirens, pursuit driving, but it also involves things like slow speed or backing, which is what you see right here, a backing course. Believe it or not, a lot of our crashes, and I suspect DASO, probably the same thing, are from things like backing or other slow speed driving. So we're trying to improve all driving behavior, not just the high speed stuff. Why is this a need? Well, it's not just a one, it is a need, and that's because the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy requires 3 things to have a satellite academy. Both us and the Sheriff's Department have satellite academies in New Mexico. You need to have a standardized obstacle course, we both have that. You need to have a shooting range, we both have that. And the third is a driving track. For several decades, both us and the Sheriff's Department have rented Arroyo Seco and Aquila Flats to conduct our driving training. And it's not the most convenient thing driving, 40 to 45 minutes, but it's worked. And we rent it, costs about $5,000 to $7,000 per week to rent it. And we've done that for decades. The issue is that track, like I said, it has not been maintained well. It's at the point where eventually it will be unsafe, and we suspect that it may not even exist at all in the near future. And so we have to plan ahead for not having that. If we don't, we have very limited options, which for the most part is going to Santa Fe, renting or using the track at the State Academy, and all the expense with trying to take our entire academies up there is just really not feasible. This is just a basic academy requirement from the state. So the state basic curriculum for law enforcement has blocks. Block 14 is the emergency driving or operation of a patrol vehicle. And these are the required hours that are a minimum. I believe both us and the Sheriff's Department exceed these hours, as we should. In a perfect world, we would greatly exceed these, and we would do driving training throughout the academy. So you have that spaced repetition, but that's hard to do when you have to rent a track. So you kind of have to do it all at once, and then you don't do it again, which is not optimal. The other part of this, that's the basic training. So recruit, cadet, whatever you want to call it, academy level training. In-service training is extremely important. And in New Mexico, there's no requirement for driving training once you graduate the academy. This is one of the highest risk, highest frequency things that we do, whether it's responding lights and sirens or pursuit driving is probably the highest risk thing we do. It's not that high frequency. But just driving in general, we're driving 40 plus hours a week. we have to be very, very good at driving. And to not do it ever again in your career is crazy. Now, us in the Sheriff's Department have done in-service training because we require, not because the state requires it, but this would allow us to do that at a much more frequent basis. We still had to rent a Arroyo Seco to do in-service, or we had to block off a roadway. We use the Field of Dreams parking lot sometimes, which again is very limited what we can do, but it's better than nothing. And this would just open up what we could do. It would also allow other agencies, smaller agencies that don't have access to that, like Sunland Park, Anthony, Hatch, or even outside of Doña County. Another component is scenario-based training that we really don't have a place to do this. Now, when I say scenario-based training or reality-based training, I'm not talking about just use of force decision-making or shoot, don't shoot. Anything we do in law enforcement should be trained with scenarios. That's how high fidelity, realism in our training is how we get officers to perform well, especially under stress. And being able to do that with vehicles where driving is a part of the scenario, interaction around vehicles is very important. This would give us a space to do that. And there are several other uses that I think are important to note. For fire specifically, this is a place where they can train for ambulance drivers, of course, the drivers of their apparatuses, the operators of those for both county and city fire. That allows them to do that in a really safe, kind of enclosed environment. It also can be used to host offensive driving courses for both the city and county through risk management. Again, a safe place where you don't have to worry about other factors. One of the opportunities for maintenance, especially for revenue, is potentially renting the course for car or motorcycle associations. Arroyo Seco still does that. I think that's how they kind of get by. So that's an opportunity just to help maintain it so the burden doesn't fall on the city and the county. One thing I didn't put up here is even transit for our bus drivers is another good opportunity to use this course to help train bus drivers or do in-service training. And then Film Las Cruces supports the project. They've had a couple potential projects that they might have been able to actually get here in Doña County if we had something like this. And then it's also a good resource for training, like when they do their stunt practice runs. Having a course like this is a really good just thing for them to have to draw in some of these film productions. And a final thing that I am excited about, I'm committed to making this happen one way or another, is a youth engagement opportunity. One of the issues we see is, Young Park's an example, or it started as kids with their cars wanting to drive them in a certain way, and then it escalated. And I don't want to see that happen again, or even what happened before the shooting, but there are places where they have these partnerships with the police department, bringing the fire departments, where you do it in a safe environment and the kids can enjoy their cars, but also have these positive interactions with law enforcement. And again, just to recap of how we got here, in 2024, this body voted to approve $200,000 for the feasibility and schematic design. The schematic design is what you see here. The reason, we had this before I went to the legislature in February, which is very helpful for securing funding because it's a visual. They could see what the vision was and what it looked like. So we're at this phase right now, starting full design, and we're way ahead of where we would be had that not happened. And hopefully when we receive the money from the state, which we'll talk about here in a second, we can begin construction right after because we already had this done over the last 2 years. So the proposed site now is this area near the airport. And there's several reasons for that. The area around the fairgrounds, there wasn't a great site that already was in county control. Likely you all would have to acquire or lease additional BLM land. This site is very convenient because of its proximity, obviously, to the fuel stations, to other infrastructure that's there. That's another thing, utilities. There's already utilities that are right there. That would have been a big expense out there. So this is a really good location, I think, for everyone involved in this area. And that's not the actual location, that's approximate, just in case somebody calls me on it. It's site or lot I-17 in the industrial complex. The full project is expected to be about $8 to $10 million. And the reason is the original cost estimate line item was $7 million, which I think there's some wants on there that aren't necessary. So I think we can definitely cut that down and get something that's a nice track but doesn't have bells and whistles that we don't necessarily need. The goal with this project during phase one is to also construct a metal building for training. And one of the needs for both us and the Sheriff's Department is a facility to conduct training for the academy and in service that isn't falling apart. And we have that issue, and the Sheriff's Department, I think, has been looking for a better training facility as well. So the goal is to build a metal building that would be big enough to host both our academy and the Sheriff's Department Academy and their staff. And it's a very economical way to do it. I think it'd be nice. It's not going to be the Taj Mahal of training buildings, but it'll be very functional and practical and be much better than what we see now for both agencies. So the $200,000 got us through schematic design. For full design and construction, the City of Las Cruces, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for being here to support me and support this project. We have $2.5 million already in the account from the city. There's $2.09 million that's committed from the state for capital outlay that we'll hopefully receive around October for the city. The economic development has $800,000 from Senator Lujan that's specifically for road construction, but that would help as part of this project to build out that road. And then our economic development department is applying for a grant. Our industrial complex is one of 4 sites in the state that's eligible for this funding. So that would help pay for this project and, again, lessen the burden on the city and the county. We don't know, obviously, what will be awarded, but we're hopeful because there's only 4 sites eligible that will receive some funding. And then just to know, public safety impact fees for the city are another potential funding source, especially to make sure that building is completed as part of the project. I'll leave it up just for a second. This is the lot. This is right off of Crawford Boulevard. That yellow road is the proposed, it's a future road, Rocket Road. And so some of that money from economic development is hopefully going to be to construct that road, which will help everyone, of course, for the industrial complex. It makes those other lots more attractive as well. Questions? I'll go back to this slide just in case anybody, but this time I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Chief Story. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Chief Story, for joining us this morning. So just looking over the numbers, we're looking at what we've been able to get at this point is about $5.25 million.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, that's correct.
And the other slide, what was the total of this, please?
8 to 10 is the estimate. Again, we don't have, our numbers are very much ballpark numbers because we don't have the full design done, but I think that's an accurate estimate.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that rent to other law enforcement agencies, and I don't need an exact number, but just a ballpark figure of what we could possibly net as revenues yearly from other law enforcement agencies, because I'm even thinking of El Paso and other law enforcement agencies that are around this area. I don't know who has this kind of operations course. Maybe you can enlighten me on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Councilor Chaparro, there is not another course anywhere in southern New Mexico. So hopefully this course would help agencies throughout southern New Mexico and potentially West Texas. I assume that El Paso probably has something, El Paso PD, El Paso SO. But these small agencies like Hatch and Sunland, not only do they not have access to a facility, they don't really have access to anything they can do this training in. One of the things that when we went and got capital outlay, one of the selling points was that these agencies would not be charged to use. And they're going to use the track for a day here, 2 days there. So the burden on us would be minimal, but it would be a huge thing for those small agencies. So it'd be hard to charge them revenue because that, say promise, but it's already been told to the representatives and senators that this is something to help all southern New Mexico law enforcement. Us and the Sheriff's Department and then the 2 fire departments are going to use the bulk of the time for the facility. But revenues from renting the track to car and motorcycle associations, potentially the film industry, I think that is a source of revenue potentially. I don't know how to even estimate what that would be though.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. I did want to add, and I think a little bit more just for Commissioner Kimball, and Chief Story, you kind of touched on it, but when we looked at this originally back in '24, one of the things that was brought up was the existing training that's going on in Luna County, just outside, right there at Aquila Flats. And one of the things that we did, or at least we asked our facilities team to do, was evaluate, because I think it was for sale at the time, and we were trying to determine, does it make sense for us to purchase it and then, bring it up to the standard that we need But I think after they evaluated that and looking at a couple of other options, like they mentioned the jet port down in Santa Teresa, the recommendation was at the time to look at the fairgrounds and that, bring it here closer. And I think for all the reasons that Chief Story had mentioned as well, with the potential of having it closer in Doña County, having emergency response. And so those are the, some evaluation that took place before they decided on bringing it here and doing that here in outside Las Cruces. And then I think, as Chief Story mentioned, subsequent discussions have kind of led to the relocation over by the airport. But I also feel like one of the other things that I think you brought up is, especially for us, having now taken over our emergency response or for ambulance service, now we have another aspect that we have to take a look at. And so, but those are the evaluation that we had done at the time, just to kind of evaluate what to do with this, in what direction to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that update, and I have spoken to the chief about this before, and I'm all in favor of it. I think it's a great thing, and I was thinking about the ambulances and the fire trucks, everybody else that can go out there. It's not just going to be police or law enforcement officers using it. I think this will get a lot of use, and I think it's really a valuable asset we should support. So thank you for updating me on that. Thank you, Chief Story, for coming.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Sorry, Lucio, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Chief, question from the budget aspect for clarification. Is there a specific ask of this board for funding of this project and the timing of the economic development grant application? Do we know when that will, when we'll hear back on the award of that, just so we know what the request is?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to speak for my council, obviously. I think they put in 2.5 so far. I think 2.5 from this body would take us to the point where we can start construction. I think if we can't finish it, then we can look at alternate funding sources to close the gap. The timing of the application, and it actually closes, I want to say this week. If not this week, it's next week. So we're hoping to hear back in the next couple of months. A lot of that money is for prep work, so it's site preparation, potentially the design. So any money that's been dedicated by this body for design, we'd be able to then cover with the grant. And then some of the utility work. So it can't be used for the construction of the track, but a lot of the stuff that gets everything ready. But we're hoping by the time we receive the funds for capital outlay in October or so, that the full design will be done, and we already have enough money to begin construction, and we can get this project moving by, worst case, the beginning of the year, we're actually moving dirt.
Right. Thank you, Lucio. Thank you, Chief Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I didn't know that. Sheriff Stewart, did you have any comments? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. Next item for discussion will be item number 3. It's a discussion of the 3rd Judicial District Court maintenance and improvements. Mr. Weaver.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Back again to discuss the 3rd Judicial District Court. Initially, I had asked for $1 million for this facility. This is one of our aging facilities in which, it's coming up right now, we had a facilities condition assessment done over the course of 2024 and May of 2025. And this is part of that presentation. This is the final presentation, actually, of our overall facilities. What was in the assessment? We looked at finishes, structural, mechanical, overall site conditions, some of the ADA. The purpose of this condition assessment was to look at how to bring our facilities essentially up to date. Let me get down to our actual scoring. Our oldest site, of course, is the 3rd Judicial Court at 107 years old. It is 95,000 square feet. And we looked at different estimating costs as far as how we looked at these aging facilities and what we kind of needed in order to kind of start looking to bring them up to par. As far as facilities condition assessment scores, we have a good, fair, and poor. On ARC scores, we have excellent, satisfactory, borderline, and poor. When we get down to our facility itself, the 3rd Judicial Complex received a ARC score of satisfactory, but a facilities condition index score of poor. Most of those conditions are because of the aging of that facility when it was remodeled and renovated to be the initial court system that was performed back in the mid-90s to 1997, I think is when I've seen some of those plans closing up. One of the other studies that we had done recently, actually the court system had it done recently, and I unfortunately didn't have a copy of that, was the ADA studies. And that's where we looked at some of the ADA conditions of that facility. With this one being renovated back in the 90s, we had quite a bit of ADA accommodations where we were failing. One of the areas that we were looking at, and actually I do have currently being addressed right now, is our parking lot, and we're having ADA striping addressed and kind of bringing that back up to par. But the reason why I was asking for money for this facility is our restrooms are very much aging. That's where we had a lot of our faults in ADA areas and ADA accommodations. Also in the commons areas, we have ramps, handicap railings, and other items that are well under par. So that's where I'm asking the commission for some funding to bring these up to standard. So initially, like I said, I had asked for $1 million, and that was to address restrooms and commons areas. We're receiving $800,000 in ICIP funds this year, which we're gonna be addressing the roofing at that facility. I walked the restrooms with one of our entrusted contractors to kind of get a ballpark. We're estimating those at about $500,000. So that's where, with the common areas and everything else, I feel that 750 would be a substantial ask, but primarily I'm looking at renovating those restrooms. So ideally, at minimum, I'd be requesting $500,000. So with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, ma'am.
So when you're talking about the restroom restoration and the common areas, there's so many common areas in that courthouse. So you have the common area upstairs.
Yes.
And those facilities, and then you have, from what I remember, 2 common areas downstairs because you have the restrooms closest to the clerk's office, and then you have the public restrooms as you enter to your left.
Correct.
Are there any others that I'm missing? And are you counting the restrooms back where the chambers
No,
are?
so that's where we were just looking at the common public areas to bring those up to ADA standards and make the accommodations because they are well aging and the condition of those is very poor.
What about the restrooms used by the people that are brought in from detention?
So we were
I haven't
actually.
seen those in a while. So.
No, that's where we were actually working with Desert Peak Architects actually to do renovation of that area, and we were going to be looking at the restrooms.
So that includes all of those?
I'll have to verify, but I want to say that it did include the restrooms, yes.
So it's including the restrooms where the
detainees are?
Where the detainees are?
Yes.
And 3 common areas?
Yes, ma'am.
750 or $1 million?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Kimball.
are any of these renovations related to improving safety? Are there safety issues?
So a lot of these with the ADA accommodations, they are grab bars, and a lot of them are trip hazards and stuff like that. So yes, I do feel that those are safety risks that we do need to mitigate.
And then, Mr. Chair, what about security issues? Are there security issues as well? I know since 1997 until now, with COVID and all the things happening, I mean, are there things like that that are part of this as well that need to be updated?
Yes, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Kimball. Yes, we were actually looking at renovating the entrance to that facility as well. We've actually produced a design for new entrance, which was addressing the security concerns that we were essentially posed with at the beginning of the design, which a lot of it was around the security lines and excessive lines that we have with people trying to enter the facility when they're there for their court dates.
And Mr. Chair, is that included in this request?
No, ma'am.
Not yet, okay.
Not that portion. But we have looked at design for that.
Mr. Chair, another question, if
Yes,
I may.
please.
Thank you. So Justin, something just popped into my head. Is there a separate area for our law enforcement to have separate restrooms. What is concerning to me, especially after the last few murder trials that we've had at the Third Judicial District Court, is the intense security that there is, number one. And number two, if an officer needs to step away for 5 minutes, are they having to go to a public restroom where their safety may be endangered?
To my knowledge, that they do use the public areas, but we do have the ones over across the courtyard that they are available to use. So it's up to the discretion of essentially the court staff or
All right,
the security staff.
So please jog my memory as to the courtyard. Is that the northeast part of the building? Is that what you're talking about?
So
Behind the glass?
Yes, behind the
Okay.
glass right there is where the courtyard is. So on the other side is where the secured area is. And I do know that they do have access to those restrooms, but I believe that they primarily use the common restrooms up in the front.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball.
Mr. Chair.
On this?
Justin, can you go back a couple slides? You had some numbers on there, right there. So is this for all properties or is this for just the Third Judicial?
So this was for all the properties. Let me get down to the one for, so this one had the primary cost by facilities. So this one here, you'll see Third Judicial Complex at the very bottom. This was close to almost 60 million to bring it up to standards.
Okay. And do we know what that all includes?
I'd have to break that down for you, sir, and get you what all that cost included.
Okay. Yeah, I think we would need to kind of see what that is. I mean, the $1 million ask or the $750,000 ask is a great start, but I would really like to see what is included in this whole $60 million ask.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
And Commissioner Shelton on this, that's a great question because it just got my mind going even further. If remodeling or revamping the Third Judicial District Court is 60 million, throwing $1 million at it is like, why? But I appreciate your presentation, Justin, and I know you're looking out for the facilities portion of it, but as a commission, I think we need to start looking at maybe going in a different direction or at least thinking of other options. Because $1 million to throw in and then still looking at $59 million at least to bring it up to par, that's a huge price tag. Thank you.
And then when was this report done, Justin?
May of 2025.
So since then, does this include the HVAC upgrades as well as the roof upgrades that we're doing?
So we're looking at getting the roof upgrades performed. This does not include the HVAC. I don't think we had that performed at that time.
All right, so we might be a little lower on that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Just tell me when to stop my finger. But I think that kind of looking at that, getting that breakdown, we can kind of look at what's next. At the end of the day, I think getting those restrooms and the grab bars, as well as probably the security area, we probably need to look at pretty quickly. So you can bring that back to us. I know that we pulled the $1 million ask off of the agenda last meeting, but I would like to see kind of a breakdown of exactly what is being recommended.
Yes, sir.
And that way we can really kind of get into the nitty gritty of what that looks like, because that is a huge chunk of money by all means, and I really want to understand it better.
Very much so. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Justin.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, last question, I hope. Thank you. So Justin, what is the market value of that building? Let's say we were to put it up for sale tomorrow. What do you think the market value would be? Ballpark figure,
Chair
if it could be sold.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro, let me put that in the next presentation. Let me get a ballpark number, what it'd be going for at the commercial rate. Okay.
And thank you, Justin. I think I'll reiterate a lot of what my fellow commissioner said, because I think looking at this chart, I think since I've been on the commission, and this was brought up many, at this point, probably 5-6 years ago at least. I'm sure it was probably there before that, but from what I recall, I think I was always under the assumption that we were looking at like $12 to $15 million because we were always looking at an annex to grow the facility. But if we're talking, in the ballpark range of 50 to 60 million, understanding what those costs are, then I would have to, exactly as Commissioner Chaparro said, if, understanding we need to be up for minimal, making sure our buildings meet the bare minimum, but, but throwing money at something that's just, long-term may not be, that we're not going to be, utilizing. And I just can't imagine if we're having to put this much into an existing building, why it just wouldn't make sense to look at another solution. I think it'd be kind of understanding what the long-term plan is going to be for this, because I think, like I said, I think this is the first time I've seen this number to this magnitude, and I think it may change, my perspective in the future on what we want to do with this.
And Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Kimball.
And what I'd like to bring up is, if we decide going forward that we need just a totally new facility somewhere else, how much will we need to spend on this one to make it functional until the new one is built? Because I don't believe we can just go without doing anything. If the new one's 5 or 6 years down the road, we need to look at what will it cost to keep this one in compliance, meet the requirements, and be functional until a new one's ready, if that's what we choose.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Kimball, yes, I completely agree that we do need to look at what it would take to at least get us by for the next 5 years. That's where with this, I'll present this the second meeting in May. And with that, I'll look at what it would take to bring us up to those standards for the next 5 years, so we can start taking a look at alternate plans if that's what the commission decides.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one last question. So the Health and Human Services building, now that this is on here, I'm going to ask all these questions. Sorry, Justin. We own that?
Yes. Yes.
What departments are in it now that OEM is going to be gone soon?
We, Mr. Chair, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager, we actually have a meeting to go over who is going to be assigned there in the next 7 days. We will be putting other county staff in there because of the space challenges we still have here. Thanks in part to the board approving some new positions for us to make improvements in areas which were desperately needed, but we will be utilizing that. It also houses the Cooperative Extension Service, which the county is required to provide housing for, as well as, of course, the Department of Health, which is the bulk of the building. Having been in that building as a tenant for a few years, I do not necessarily agree with the $17 to $18 million need in that building because the county has already replaced the roof in its entirety very recently, the HVAC system in its entirety very recently.
Do you remember when that was, Mr. Lopez?
2024.
So could this have been done after that?
So that's where the condition assessment began in 2024. It was wrapped up in 2025. So yes, there was some items that were missing.
That could have been the first building they went to. So we're going to go with it, Stephen. I like the way you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Saldron, on this. And I think, like I said, I think it's a fair question as we look at, I think both of these and understanding, get an update, we'll, I guess, move forward, Justin. I'd like to understand, the breakup of what was determined for this, because I'm between just those two buildings, it almost seems like you could create for that level of fund, for that amount of money that we would need to do that or investment just to bring them up to standard. It almost makes sense that you could almost create a I don't want to say another government center, but another complex for public safety and house and provide the housing that we have in that building and have it new and have, I think that's been the approach we've seen, is that if, you can provide a building that's gonna, it requires more investment, but over the long run requires less maintenance and upgrades and so on over the long term, it might make more sense. So. Okay. I know this chart probably invoked a lot of thought, at least for me, because I never had seen to this level what it was, and I think seeing the the numbers of the magnitude, it definitely paints a different picture for me.
Chair Sanchez, Commission, I look forward to presenting this again at the end of May.
And just really quickly, Mr. Chair, if I may, final thought, I promise. So now that we have the Go Bond money, and I do see a lot of community centers on here, if there's things that we can knock off of this list to reduce that $12 million that I saw based off of the Go Bonds to make sure that we're getting this done, I would love to see that just come to us as an initial ask, especially since we already know that there's cost associated with it. So let's just go ahead and like line item that off of there, and that would clear up a lot of this list, which hopefully would make you feel better, Justin.
Awesome, very
Would be
much
my
so.
gift to you.
No, very much so. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So, Mr. Chair, and I keep saying last thought, but actually you opened up my thought process to this, Mr. Chair. But if we're looking at the Health and Human Services building and the 3rd Judicial District complex, I can envision a complex where we have DWI compliance, pretrial services, victims assistance, Health and Human Services, and the 3rd Judicial complex, maybe including municipal court in there, just because they're so tied together. I know a lot of the victims are being sent over to HHS to apply for whatever they're applying for, but that's a good idea, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Shabbat. Thank you,
Mr.
Justin.
Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can,
Yes,
Stephen
please,
Lopez, Assistant County Manager, just a couple things. The architect had put on there, the people doing the study from the architectural firm, Health and Human Services building, but it's actually the Public Health building. It is not HHS associated. That is the Department of Public Health. And just want to make sure this body is aware. We and the other 32 counties in New Mexico are having some very deep discussions with the New Mexico Department of Health. New Mexico Department of Health has been trying to force the counties to sign MOUs whereupon the counties would take on additional costs beyond what is statutorily required for us to provide. We have said no. They've asked for a follow-up meeting to that. We are in the process of scheduling that, but are planning to hold tight not only to the no, we are only going to provide what's statutorily required, but also that they owe the county back rent in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for facility use that is not tied to Doña County, because Department of Health services 7 counties out of this building that we are talking about. And that, I think, is an important discussion point as we look at what is the space need and the renovation need. If there are renovation needs in that building that are being used for services outside Doña County, the state probably needs to pitch in a pretty significant chunk of that. Just wanted to make sure this body was aware of those discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. The state sure loves to provide unfunded mandates to the counties, don't they?
Yes, sir. That was probably a rhetorical question, but I will confirm you are correct.
And it just even plays even more discussion just because we're talking on the 3rd Judicial District and we know along the same lines. Okay, thank you. All right, I've had a request that we have a slight deviation in our agenda. There was a request that we move item number 6, which is Flood Commission funding expenditures and discussion, up next prior to the preliminary budget. And so if there are no objections with that, I'll turn it over to ACM Lopez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Good morning, Commissioners. We have been implementing the recommendations that have come out of the draft special audit report. This board has received some information on, and the general public will hear a full exit presentation on at the end of this month on the 26th. For anybody who's listening, that the state auditor's office will have a public presentation at the May 26th BOCC meeting. So most of that meeting will be dedicated to that. It will be at least a few hours long. As we implemented those, we went back and looked at enabling statutes for our various entities. And last Thursday, we looked at the enabling statutes related to the Flood Commission. And it was an eye-opener for us, really looking at it as an auditor would at the very specific language contained therein. As you know, at your direction, we had already been working with the Flood Commission on a potential revision of the Joint Powers Agreement. Our attorney for the county, we hired external counsel. The Flood Commissioner had conflict counsel. Both are of the opinion that the Flood Commission is a department of the county. It is not separate from, and therefore that joint powers agreement that was created decades ago probably was not the correct nor an appropriate instrument to ever create. And I'm going to say that up front, and then we'll talk about the whys as we go into the details here. Just a quick review. The state statutes allow this board to create the flood commissioner position and to enact taxes pursuant to that. So 4-50-1, your predecessors created the Flood Commission. 4-50-2 creates the taxation ability, and it has several elements in it. One is the taxation has to be done based on drainage areas. And this is an area where we found we probably are not in complete compliance and we have some room for improvement. The second is the uses of the fund are very restricted to flood control projects. And it specifically says in statute that it cannot be used for any other county purpose, cannot be transferred to any other fund. And I'll show you on the next slide what the actual language is, but that's where we have a lot of concern because all of our predecessors, this is nothing against our Flood Commission team right now, nothing against current county staff. This goes all the way back to the beginning. Set it up in a way that we have probably been in violation of this statute. We have been taking money and redirecting it under the guise of the Joint Powers Agreement. We've been basically charging the Flood Commission rent for buildings as a county department. And that rent has been, they had to give us their time paid for out of the county flood tax in order to do other things that were not flood related. So wanted you to be aware of that. Also, statute 10-1-13 just has, and we throw this in there just for wrapping up all the issues. The oath and bond are required to be in place for the flood commissioner. Those are required to be paid for out of the county general fund, which is one more element of that proves that they are part of the county because it's in the same statute that we have to pay for the bond and make sure the oath is in place for all of our elected officials. It also says that the flood commissioner shall appoint a deputy or clerk and that they shall receive a salary as provided by law. As some of you are aware, the last time we revisited salary for elected officials, we did not put one in place for flood commissioner because by statute it's set at $1. But we set in place for all elected officials, their deputy is a percentage of the elected official. If we go based on that, then we would be paying a deputy appointed by the flood commissioner like 90 cents a year. That's obviously not going to be appropriate. So at some point, we're going to have to revisit this with you all and that resolution to create a salary of what that would be. Because this is not, as you can see, this is not permissive language. This is a requirement language. They shall appoint a deputy or a clerk. So here's the actual statute, a chunk of it taken. The taxes shall be levied and collected for the purpose of creating a fund which shall be used to construct and maintain dikes, dams, embankments, ditches, and other such structures or excavations necessary to prevent floodwaters from damaging property or human life within such counties or to repay, according to their terms, any state or federal loans obtained for flood control purposes. It's very specific. This is not for funding to be used for reviewing plans. This is not for even the flood warning system, which is fantastic, and I want this board to know I absolutely support the fantastic work that the flood warning team has done and strongly encourage you to keep that in place and in fact look at expanding it over the years because that team has done fantastic work, both their predecessors and the current personnel there. But as great as that work has been, it probably should have been paid for out of the general fund rather than out of the flood control tax, because it is not, clearly those people are not dikes, they're not dams, they're not embankments, et cetera. So as we looked at that, the reality is it's budget time, and we are probably going to need to offload a good chunk of the salaries and benefits and operating expenses from the flood commission tax to the general fund. The budget team has already started that pivot. Unfortunately, we are at a guesstimate stage. We don't know exactly what the fiscal impact is because we've never had to track their time by projects. And because this is less than a week old that we've been looking at this issue, the Flood Commission team has not had a chance to really delve deep into it. They've got impressions of about how much their team might spend on various things, but we don't have really good detail yet. And in fact, it'll probably take us a year of actually doing something and tracking it for us to develop that. But we need to have a budget going forward. So the expenses that we're looking at, we're estimating right now somewhere between $2 and $3 million needing to be picked up by the general fund. And so with that, I want to go ahead and invite up the Flood Commission representatives so they can give you any additional perspective. We'll probably also have to, related to this, redo taxation as it relates to one of the flood control districts that was never established, because the statutory language certainly gives the impression that people should only be paying for flood control projects that affect them. They shouldn't be paying for flood control projects that benefit somebody somewhere else. And that's why it has that requirement that we tax based on district, and the funds have to be spent in their districts. And actually, this is primarily Commissioner Kimball and Commissioner Chapato's area up on the East Mesa. They have been taxed as part of the Lower Rio Grande district, but the water from a good chunk of that area does not flow to the Rio Grande River. It flows to Isaacs Lake, which is where we have the Brahman Dragonfly flood control project going. So that's really cleanup language, but it definitely means we're going to have to be much more cognizant as we move forward on how the funds are spent to ensure that they are district specific. So with that,
Mr. Armijo, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Sanchez.
Bet you never thought you'd be back up in here.
Yeah, deja vu all over again. Commissioners, good morning. Chairman, my name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Flood Commissioner for Doña County. Thank you for inviting us up here today to speak. We're going to give you a brief overview of some of the things that Mr. Lopez mentioned. We'll reiterate a little bit, but hopefully we'll give you some new good information. Of course, when I say we, that's the royal we. I mean, I'm a firm believer in those who don't know delegate. So, Mr. Garza, come up and thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Admin. We didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare for this, so there is a lot of rehash between what ACM Lopez just had. He had the admin perspective and what they have over here. I'm going to give you a little bit more of the operating perspective on how we've kind of handled things in the past, and kind of to fuel open discussion on how do we move forward from here. You're going to see a lot of the same stuff in here, but essentially, what do we know now? Same thing. The county is undergoing a special audit, and they've committed to reviewing all the policies and procedures, including the JPA that the Flood Commission is operating under. And the concerns that we were brought yesterday afternoon was, how has the Flood Commission been using the county flood fund since its inception in the late 80s? So the JPA is what actually gave the detailed information as far as where personnel salaries were coming from, where the relationship between the county and the Flood Commission for office space and supplies and insurance benefits, all of that thing. The JPA did say that the county flood fund was the source, but the state statute does not have that information. It was all in the JPA itself. Within the section, the county section, Chapter 4, Flood Control 50, Section 2 that ACM Lopez pointed out, there is an AG opinion that is being discussed between admin and flood staff about the ruling that county funds raised by a special tax for a specific purpose are not subject to pay for salaries of county officers. In the section 10.113 that DCM Lopez brought up, county officers are actually defined as a lot of the elected officials we have, treasurer, clerk, assessor, county flood commissioner is in there, but it's 100 years old. So we're taking a lot of liberties with what it means and all of that. And, you know, we were advised that we need to find a resolution to whatever potential impacts this is going to have to the board due to budget season, general fund impact, and helping the Office of Performance and Budget with that. Definitely not going to read all that. That's what DCM Lopez was talking about, but essentially the points are highlighted. Construction and maintenance of dikes, dams, embankments, and ditches, or what it does say. And it does say that we have to keep separate records of flood control taxes, which we are. Lydia and Eric, Marisol, and the Treasurer's Department do a great job of separating Lower Rio Grande and Waco flood taxes, give that to us on a monthly basis. But what we're not doing is tracking how we are expending those back into the districts. We don't have an accurate accounting of that. So that's something we need to improve on and discuss. And the next section talks about the personnel. It does say that the flood commissioner can employ engineering staff to carry out the duties in the statute, but I think the issue here is just as much about what it says versus what it doesn't say. And I think the admin perspective is here's what it says, and all the assumptions that the flood commission and all of my predecessors have made is taking liberties with incidentals and implications about things that it doesn't say. And with that being said, pointing out some other statutory references to AMAFCA and LC-MAFCA. It's the Albuquerque Metropolitan Arroyo Flood Control Authority and the Las Cruces Metropolitan Arroyo Flood Control Authority. Both are in Chapter 72, which discusses water law. But this is very clear that this is not in our flood commission section of the statute, but this does say very specifically that you can hire and retain engineers and attorneys and defray any expenses for office space and supplies and insurance. And then there's a second clause on the right that basically says that it discusses incidentals and implications. But again, our issue here is about what ours doesn't say versus what we're assuming. So what you see on the left there is the map that was generated from Resolution 8660 that established our mill levy and our tax district. It is separated out into township, range, and section. So the hatched area that you see there is basically everywhere that we're creating or that we're collecting taxes. And you can see kind of in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the difference between the Lower Rio Grande and Waco flood districts. Translate that over to the right on an aerial map. And you can see that basically everywhere up and down the valley that there is development, we are collecting taxes. The areas that are omitted, were undeveloped at the time, and they still remain undeveloped now. All the yellow and brown you see in there are different villages, towns, municipalities, and colonias to kind of just demonstrate that all of the problem areas in each of your districts are covered under the flood district. And so some of the things that we need to discuss today, what is the appropriate use of the flood fund? We know it's construction and maintenance of flood control structures. That's clear and in there. But since 40 years ago when the Flood Commission was created, what if we've kind of established this value relationship that we bring to the county where we're doing other stuff? And the liberties that we were taking under our operating assumptions over the years were that some of these activities were necessary in order to construct and maintain structures appropriately. Compliance review and floodplain management, we assumed that we needed to be involved in the development of subdivisions and commercial buildings to make sure that they weren't on or near flood control structures or impacted by flood control structures, or they didn't conflict with where our future plans were going to be. And cheap property is not always developable property. So when someone buys cheap property, they want to build a subdivision there. It's important for us to kind of get in there and say, okay, well, there's a flood zone or there's a future plan here, X, Y, Z. And then you have the flood warning system where, we took some liberties with saying, just as much about constructing and maintaining structures, it's preparing for future flooding. And the flood commissioner is very intentional about risk mitigation and hazard mitigation. So those are kind of all tied into how we manage our flood warning system. We put them at sites or near sites so we can have information, real-time information about how those structures are functioning and when we should be concerned about them. And then ACM Lopez pointed out the concept of a drainage area. Again, the state statute doesn't actually say what a drainage area is. We're assuming that it's where the water actually goes to, and he's absolutely correct. Water on the East Mesa would have to go through a lot of steps and ways to actually get to the river, if not it being impossible. So how do we separate and account for those expenditures appropriately? What you're looking at right here is, on the right is an excerpt from the 2012 East Mesa Drainage Master Plan. And essentially that's all the watersheds on the East Mesa, and you'll see they ultimately go to Isaacs Lake. And on the left, you'll see just kind of the outline, but it's about 18 square miles, and you see the dotted line that's kind of there in the corner there. You can see my cursor. That's Waterfalls Pond that basically marks the edge of the city limit. So basically, this is all county, and it all ends up in Isaacs Lake. Dragonfly Channel, our monster drainage project, is here on the east side, going to the north. And so our discussion yesterday with Lucio and the rest of admin, it was, what are these impacts? We need to talk about that before we finalize our budget. And there was some panic from Lucio there of, our position book says $2.1 million in salaries, and our operating expenses is $1.75 million. And I tried my best to go through our current job descriptions, our current line item budgets, and say, what can I absolutely black and white justify as this is construction and maintenance, and what is not? I wasn't separating them in the area of the gray. I didn't think that was constructive at this point, but essentially tried to separate them as much as possible. And so I guess I'm going to talk through these numbers specifically, but the 550 is what represents current staffing, and it's total compensation based off the information that was in the position book. But we currently have 11 staffed positions, so that represents the 550. I have one advertised position right now that's in recruitment. I have an applicant, so I hope that will go through. So maybe we're a little bit more today at 550, but a couple weeks we might be in the 700,000 range. But then I do have 5 unadvertised vacancies, and that's director, assistant director, which we haven't been able to move forward with because of all the stuff we got going on. And I have another equipment operator, flood warning system operator, and an engineering aide. If I were to fully staff those positions at what we're estimating in the position book, that's where you get the 830,000. And that would be the goal, to have a director, an assistant director, supervisor, senior engineer, and then the rest of my staff. The other issue with that is I can fill my advertised position currently, but then after that, I can hire one of the 5 vacancies, but then I'm limited by physical space in my current office. So we'd have to get creative on what to do there, but seemingly fiscal 27, we're probably closer to that $600,000-700,000 range. And then I do have 2 positions that are in the position book that are making that number a little bit more scary, but I don't have a priority to fill those right now, so I wouldn't be concerned about those in the next year or 2. Then you go to operating costs. Again, they were concerned about the $1.75 million price tag, but 2 big line items out of there are professional services and grounds maintenance. Those are 100% flood planning and maintenance of structures, so those can come off the books there. But then you got other little things, water, electricity, consumables, some fuel. I kind of had to separate there, so I can go into that in detail later with Lucio, but it seems like the net is about $300,000 on a typical year. You see that range, 300,000 to 1.2, it's a kind of a big range, but we typically do aerial photography every 3 or 4 years. The last time we did it was 2024 into the 25 cycle, so it's not scheduled in this biennial budget cycle. So that's good for now, but that budget, I mean, it was $800,000 to do in that point in time. So I'm estimating it's probably going to be $900,000 to $1 million. You could probably split that between, because we do use it for contours, for design, we use it for planning and conceptual planning in our master plans. That's a different discussion, but that's why you see the big range there. But again, we don't have to worry about that in the short term. The other part about this whole drainage area and East Mesa thing is we have the Dragonfly Channel, and Commissioner Chaparro, that's especially of concern to you, is we've accumulated $16 million in Water Trust Board funding. That's a 90-10 match. And that corresponds to a $1.6 million matching obligation and a corresponding 10% loan obligation after we're done expending the dollars. The loan is on a 20-year repayment schedule, but what we're looking at in all our grants agreements is that we pledged our flood tax to account for that matching funds. And so if we're talking about creating another district, we have to really work with the Assessor's Department and the Treasurer's Department to figure out what revenues are actually coming out of that district. Because if you're looking at Lower Rio Grande versus Waco, Lower Rio Grande gives us about $3 million a year, whereas Waco is 80,000-ish. And I couldn't even begin to speculate what the East Mesa revenues would be, but I'm guessing it's a lot closer to Waco than it is to any dollar amount that would be substantive to being accurate with paying back these loans and these matching obligations. And so I don't know what kind of effort that's going to take with assessors and treasurers, but looking for direction from the board as to how to address that, how to deal with that, and factor that into your decision making. But all in all, today we're looking at about $850,000. If we just take everything we have today into fiscal 27, it's about $850 and potentially up to $2 million on every fourth year if we factor in full staffing and aerial photography. So I say action items up here. I understand this is a work session. I mean action items for staff and how we address this in the short term. I need to have direction from the board as to how do I best help county staff, officer performance and budget in refining our budget with all these new assumptions that we're discussing today. And, you know, we're obviously in the middle of these negotiation terms where this seems like it very much might impact how that's structured and how it's detailed. And so I think we both owe each of our respective legal counsels the appropriate guidance to make that work with whatever decisions we make. And all in all, there is an AG opinion that is 100 years old, and specific questions require specific answers. I understand that. And so, you know, we just as much as we were guilty of taking assumptions on what the statute doesn't say, by going 180 degrees in the other direction, we're taking just as much, I guess we're taking just as much liberties with what it does say. And so it seems like an AG opinion asking the very specific question might be the most appropriate reaction, but I don't know what that timeline looks like. And does that fit within our budget timeline? If it does, if it doesn't, I don't know, but we need to help Lucio and his team address the short term while the rest of us deal with the long term. And, you know, all in all, we met with county admin, had a constructive discussion, and we're trying to be compliant with the statutory guidelines. We want to demonstrate good faith efforts in resolving these oversights, and we want to do the best we can to help out. And with that being said, I kind of open the floor for any clarification questions or discussions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Commissioners, any questions?
I do.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Garza, thank you for being here on such short notice, because I didn't receive notice of this until this weekend, so I can imagine you were probably working through the night for several nights getting this information, so that's much appreciated. And I haven't talked to you since we took the Right Up the Mess a few months ago to address some flooding concerns from some neighbors. So I guess my first question to you, or maybe Mr. Armijo, I don't know who would want to answer that. How many audit findings has the Flood Commission had in the last 30 years?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, I've been here 12 years. Robert's only been here 2. I have not been made aware of any audit findings in my 12 years, and in the 40 total years of the Flood Commission's existence, nothing like this has ever been brought to our attention.
So zero audit findings since the Flood Commission was created. Am I correct on that?
That we are aware of, Commissioner.
All right, but nothing that you've received in writing from an official auditor saying you're doing something incorrectly, you've made a mistake, let's help you through this?
Correct.
Congratulations, that's amazing. I think you're probably one of the very few departments that has not had no audit findings. I'm trying to read through my notes, and So back to the Dragonfly Channel, that is specifically in my district. My concern is, as you mentioned, Mr. Garza, that these monies have been pledged for this loan. What's the worst-case scenario on that, in your mind? Because you're out there all the time, I'm not.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chapato, I guess you could say worst-case scenario is that we stop building it, in which case I will have a crossing structure under Holman and an outlet, a rough graded channel outlet to Isaacs Lake, but essentially the upstream part of the channel that connects it to Brahman Channel is not connected. And those are subsequent phases where I'm kind of pledging money in the future to kind of move up that way. Essentially what you have is you're gonna have Brahman Channel here that spits water out across this whole area, which is the current issue. And you will have a channel that doesn't have inflows into it, essentially. The whole point was to protect all of this area and kind of reroute all of these arroyos up here from the mountain into the channel and around there to increase developable space and to protect public and private infrastructure. And what I don't have on here is the long-term capital improvement plan that rely on Dragonfly. So the East Mesa Master Plan that kind of highlighted this whole thing, at the time in 2012, at that point in time, it highlighted about $100 million worth of capital infrastructure that protects this 18 square miles. And all of it drains to the northwest and to the north and into Dragonfly Channel. And Dragonfly Channel is equipped with a couple areas that it's accepting flows, but we commonly refer to Dragonfly Channel as the backbone of the East Mesa drainage system. And so without Dragonfly, we can't reasonably execute any of the other plans that we have for the East Mesa, and then we have to readjust our expectations to make sure all of the individual projects are self-contained and don't have outlets ultimately to Dragonfly Channel so we don't impact anybody along the way.
All right, so you've mentioned 18 square miles. How many homes, ballpark figure? And I always ask for numbers because that's the way I think. How many homes do you think are being impacted, given that we're going to have the new project by Mr. Moscato and Mr. Jones that's going to add an additional, I was told, maybe 5,000 to 7,000 homes in that area, crossing from US 70 all the way, Mesa Grande.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chapato, I believe that density is pretty low out here in most of this area. I believe when I was doing some applications for grants as of 2024, there's around 1,500 to 2,000 parcels. So I guess you can kind of assume which ones have multiple structures on them and things like that. But my guess is probably not more than 2,500 at this point.
Thank you. That's all I can think of right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Chapato. Commissioner Kimball? Commissioner Saldana-Hernandez before.
Yeah, can we go back, Michael, if you can please go back to the slide that had the last slide that you presented. Yeah.
This, yeah.
So then, what is the recommendation from county staff since you all are working together to come up with an option, what is the recommended path forward?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, number one recommendation is that we go ahead and pick up what is clearly not in the statute with our general fund for FY27. That puts the county in the best position for compliance as we work through any other language changes. Item 2 would be that this board encourages our state legislators to revisit this century-plus-old statute, or perhaps even better, create our own statute for Doña County similar to the 2 statutes that Mr. Garza pointed out earlier, so that we have something that works for our county, and we're less likely to get objections from other counties who like the statute as it exists. But definitely it would take a legislator to ask for an attorney general's opinion, and it will take a legislator or the majority of legislators to enact a new statute or change the existing statute.
We can't ask on our own as a governing body for a AG opinion on this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, my understanding is the last time that was attempted, that the Attorney General responded, you have your own attorney, that is what your attorney gives you, is your advice. I give the state advice. But I look to our attorney, Carrie Neal, if she has heard anything different since then.
I have not heard anything different since then.
And I think our third is, and it's kind of that second bullet point on the left, is if a joint powers agreement really is not the correct instrument because they are a part of the county, then we need to figure out what is the path forward. Clearly, the work that is done by the flood team is absolutely important work for our residents and the businesses that are impacted by potential floodwaters. So if it's not that, and they are a county department, then we probably need to relook at what they are in our structure, so that it is much more like one of our elected officials, save for salary.
So, Mr. Chair, really, Mike is so weird today. Mr. Chair, if I may, so with that was that $800,000 number was the salary portion of the budget, is that correct? The 830?
Correct. That's the salary portion. That's best guess right now as to what would need to be offloaded to the general fund. Okay. And we did some trimming yesterday. Thank you to Chief Heck for reaching out and suggesting a reduction in the number of firefighter staff that are being requested for this coming year, because that gives us a little bit of flexibility in the discussions that we're having. It is definitely a reachable number. But
so, Mr. Chair, we're asking for us to give direction today on this $830,000 in staffing, or what is, since that's the recommendation?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, we're not asking you to do anything right this second. We wanted you to be aware and give us feedback and ask questions, and we've had some great questions. The staff is already prepared to make that shift. We wanted you to understand why we are making that shift. And then Lucio, as the next item, the budget team will be presenting a draft budget for you that takes all of this into consideration. So it'll be through that process that you will actually be asked to take formal action coming up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, and even to the other team members in the audience, this is something we discovered Friday afternoon and stressed quite a bit Friday night and over the weekend, as I'm sure everyone else did. We also want the team to know some of those requests that you all put in. This is also why you're getting a not now for the answer. So again, we'll have some flexibility here in the future, but right now we want to focus on balancing everything, addressing everything, and showing good faith moving forward.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, just one other question that hopefully doesn't lead to any more, but so since we're going through this process, what do other counties in New Mexico have set up? What do their flood commissioners, how do they interact with the county government structure in Santa Fe and Bernalillo and everywhere else?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, not every county has such a thing. Okay. Many counties did not enact the flood commissioner position that is statutory allowed. Michael, do you have a kind of best guesses? Are we looking at about 7 or 8 outside? 1 of 4, okay.
Okay, so perfect. What do the other 29 counties do?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, it varies quite a bit. There are a lot of different mechanisms to do it. It kind of depends on the will of the board at the time that they did it, what the community needed, what kind of problems they had. Up north, they have SCAFCA and AMAFCA, the flood control authorities, and those county seats don't typically have, like their public works department doesn't have a technical arm to it, if you will. And then the flood control authorities do have, basically, they take all the construction and maintenance responsibility off of the county seat, but again, there is no ancillary services, subdivision reviews and flood warning systems, and it varies. A lot of the other flood commissions are much less developed than ours is. I know like Chavez County, for example, has one. A lot of, I think the other two, they have a flood commissioner and a director and like a maintenance staff, because they're rural counties and they don't have as much development or as much other responsibilities as our county has. And New Mexico's an old state, so it has a lot of antiquated rules and laws and timing for how everything was created. But I think it's mostly just based off of what they needed at the time and the personnel that was on the board. The problem is now when you start talking changes, there's a lot of unintended consequences that go along with it. So it brings up a much deeper conversation that I don't think it's appropriate to rush into a decision with that. And I think there's a lot more work session discussions to be had if that's the will of the board to change things. Because like I said, there's a lot of things that could change and be impacted by it. So I think it deserves the due diligence that it needs. But in the short term, what we need is the budget answer.
Okay. So then are we looking at best practices throughout the state for how we're going to move forward?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, I'm not sure there are other best practices in this area because this is, it's not quite a unicorn, but it's pretty rare. We're one of 4 that utilize this statute, and we are the largest that utilizes this statute. So I think really all the work that the Flood Commission and team have done over the decades to get us to where we are has been stellar. And they've had to do it without any other guidance really from the rest of the state. I think really their closest peers are the 2 entities up north that Mr. Garza mentioned. And they are separately created in statute. They've got their own statutes that created them into existence, which is what gives them the flexibility that we don't have under the statute that we are working under.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Steele.
The flood control authorities that were created by statute, there are a couple of them in the larger counties that were created by statute. They are separate from the county itself. They are run by their own board. And so they use the taxes that they collect to achieve their missions, and the statutes that apply to them are different than the statutes that apply to our flood commissioner. We can, those statutes do allow for the creation of flood control authorities through the court system as opposed to being created legislatively like the ones that are in the northern part of the state. But they would still be under that same structure and follow or fall under the authority of an actual board that would be completely separate from the county. And they would obviously, there would have to be some interaction the way that we interact with the city of Las Cruces, with Hatch, Sunland Park, that sort of thing, because there's overlap in the needs and in the missions of those boards and those counties, but they would still be a separate entity.
Thank you. Commissioner Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have to pay the Flood Commission back for the salaries that were paid out of the Flood Commission instead of the general fund?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, I don't know.
Yeah.
That to me, ma'am, sorry, Stephen,
Go right ahead.
The worst fear and kind of why we rushed to make sure you all heard about this right away. I don't think so, and we've kind of talked like, who would we even pay? What would that even look like? But we don't know for certain, so we want to make sure we get our ducks in a row. Michael gave us an overview yesterday on flow charts to help distinguish where the runoff and the districts are, so to speak. So we learned quite a bit, but right now we're just trying to get ahead of this scenario. And
Okay, thank you.
kind of go back to, I don't know if we're able to bring up your presentation, Stephen.
Probably not easily.
Okay.
He's working on it.
So, okay. Just understanding, so this is state statute. And is there any definition, I had to go back and look if there's any definition on what a structure is.
Mr. Chair, there is not in any of this section of statute a definition of what they mean by structure.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because, to me, if it doesn't define it, you were talking about the flood warning system. Sure seems to me that it's could be considered a structure that has to be built. It may not be a dike, a dam, embankment, ditches, but it does say such other structures. And I think, so I'd be kind of curious, understanding that, you know, kind of the situation we're in where this is not, you know, a statute that's probably referenced a lot, but, you know, I'd be kind of curious of that. I think the other part was, and my question, when you go back to the section on what is in our own ordinances, when we created the flood commission, so understanding the state statute has this piece, but are we able to then potentially amend or revise our ordinance if this is the direction we wanted to go to create? Because if it's not in compliance, you know, we have to evaluate it whether or not we want to keep it. I think the other question I had, and I think that's one question, if we need to amend it, or do we just completely eliminate it completely? The other part is because it was my understanding as we created a flood commission was it provided some level of protection on the county from a liability standpoint for the structures, from an insurance or liability perspective. Was I correct in always in understanding that that's what by having a flood commission, it provided some level of protection to the county?
Mr. Chair, let me try to get to the, I think, 3 questions you asked in there. One is, could things like the flood warning system be considered a structure? The answer is maybe, kind of, but the rest of the language in there is to prevent floodwaters from damaging property or human life. I think you could say that the part of the flood warning system that is concrete, encased, anchored in place is a structure by most read of a structure. We've put something in the ground and it's meant to be at least semi-permanent. Other components like computer servers to make things work, radio communication systems.
I mean, 100 years ago,
that's probably tougher.
When it was written, they didn't fathom
have it,
technology.
correct.
But I think that's exactly it, is I think, as Mr. Garza had pointed out, the flood warning system does protect human life.
Right.
You know, if you're trying to identify where there's potential floods and so on, and I think that's, you know, how they work with OEM for any of those things. I think that's a particular piece of that.
Yes, and the staff time monitoring it, probably not structure. And that's why the staff is heavy on what we're looking at, the shift on. Now, to your other questions of the enabling ordinance that was passed by this board that established the flood commissioner and the taxation, yes, it had lots more language, but I haven't seen anything in that language that was contrary to any of the state statute. It all seems to have aligned with the state statute. It was the JPA that came after where other language started getting added in. And I look to our county attorney, Ms. Neal, on the language here in the statute. My understanding of the legislation is when it presents a finite list, this board can certainly make limits within that list, but cannot expand that list. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct. You can always be more strict than what the state allows, but you can't be more broad than what they allow.
And that's why I'm just wondering is, you know, if and I guess maybe that's considered making it too broad, is if we defined these, if they're not defined in state statute and we define what it means for us, I don't, is that saying that we're playing loose with the rules, or is it just saying that we're defining it because the state does not define it, so we're defining what it means in practical terms?
We would have to be very cautious with doing that, Mr. Chair.
And I think it goes back to, and I know I had the third question, but I think it goes back to what Mr. Garza was saying, and I completely agree with what he says in that we have to ensure that we know the direction we go and the potential ramifications of it. I do believe that, if we need to address, I think trying to figure out where do we need to make the changes, is it in county ordinance or is it on a state level? And I think right now is actually, unfortunately, I don't think there's ever a good time to find, something like this, but, I think we can't turn a blind eye to it. But I think one of the things that it gives us time is that if we need to look at addressing the state legislation or the statute, it does give us time to work with our legislators going into that 60-day session to maybe see how we can adjust it and get the right, exactly like you said, the right fixes that don't create other problems for us in the future.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, the extent at which we've grown over the 40 years that we've been here creates the biggest problem of all, is that we have $50 million worth of grants right now that already have plans, and they're already spoken for. So those are kind of the unintended consequences I'm thinking of. But I would like to point out that every job description that we've created, every PDQ, every future plan has been created based on previous assumptions. So if those assumptions change, that's okay. As a manager of a department, I can update job descriptions or change how we grow to better suit the board. And I think I guess my recommendation to the board would be really figure out so in our meeting yesterday, I was going to provide ACM Lopez with a full list of everything that we do and kind of a full duties and responsibilities. And what I'd like the board to do is, when I produce that, take a good look at it and see what's valuable to you, what's important, because you talk about such other structures like flood warning system, for example. I can go put a bunch of sticks in the ground that actually measure water, and that's not construction and maintenance of flood control structures. But if the intent is, let's put pressure transducers on all of them that basically give us real-time information as to how much water is behind the dam, I could say the implementation of pressure transducers are directly related to maintenance and construction, because like for Gardner Dam, for example, when that structure is ready to breach, you can kind of prevent floods in a more constructive capacity. Or excavations. I know we have, I don't want to get into giving myself more work or anything, but we have tons of ponds throughout the county, right? And I know HOAs and the county is having a bunch of problems with who's going to maintain what. The excavations are holes in the ground, and they protect people everywhere that they exist. So point of the story is really, I want you guys to take a look at what's valuable to you and give us direction as to how we can grow and change to accommodate that.
And I think exactly like the examples you just gave, that's an example of using technology where, to actively monitor and determine, it's like what we do with our roads, right? We evaluate and do an assessment of every road to determine which ones are priorities, which ones are starting to fail. And that way we can make an appropriate maintenance plan. And I think given we know, and I think, from what you've shared with us, what we've seen is the amount and because of how they were constructed or whenever they were designed or lack of design, when we have our flood control structures, you've been working to update and repair and et cetera to bring up to standard. And so having those types of the ability to spend on that type of technology versus what this is very restrictive, I think really kind of paints the real issue and the need. And just thinking out loud of potentially, even if it's a simple fix is saying, hey, maybe the only Class A counties that have flood commissions can do this. So that way there is a differentiator with, the smaller rural counties, because I think how they do things or how we may, I don't know. I think there's a lot to do. I think this is so new, but I agree. I think we need to continue the conversation and figure out what's going to be the best fit, because I don't want to burden our budget any more than it needs to. And trying to use, I mean, we're such a big county that sometimes using funds from, I think like this is saying, I understand what this is trying to say is we can't use those taxes elsewhere. But I think if it's used for the same purpose within the same county, maybe there's the ability to do that because, like I said, with a county so large and the number of structures that we have, it would make a lot more sense to be able to move those around based off of your needs or your suggestions, and so.
And I think one of the other main takeaways too is that we are unique in across the county. We're not, we can try to shoehorn a solution into other entities and what they've done, but I'm not afraid of the work. So if it requires more work to come up with a unique solution that New Mexico hasn't seen before, then let's do it. It's just, let's figure out what we need and then tell me how I can help get there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I think going back to, sorry, and I appreciate it. I was gonna say my third question in terms of like liability and.
Right, Mr. Chair. So the question on liability, I know Ms. Neal and I have both looked closely at the liability statutes. The county is not protected as far as liability if a structure fails. At least that's, we're not seeing that. What it does provide liability for is should any of the Flood Commission staff need to enter onto a property, they are allowed to do so. They cannot be considered trespassing, and there's no liability, for example, if they're cutting fence lines or rerouting an arroyo in the midst of a flood. Ms. Neal, is there anything else you'd like to add on that?
I mean, it's a very complex issue because it goes into questions of what did we know and not know, and what amount of liability can be assessed. And then, for example, the flooding in Vado last year, we're talking about what's considered an act of God. It's beyond anything that we had the ability to control. And so that's, it's a very complex and fact-dependent question. But generally speaking, what is primarily protected there is our trespassing onto private land for the purposes of maintaining dams and exercising those flood control needs.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. I think we're still learning, but I think given kind of where we're at least where I stand, I think we've got to, at least for now, have some contingency to move forward, and then as we kind of figure out some solutions here on, which way to go, I think it's, we'll have to have further discussion on this.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Potter.
Thank you. And I think something that you said was very important, to tax the entire county for the same county projects and moving the money around, to me, is best practice. That is best practice. We can't be separating the East Mesa from Hatch or from the southern part of the state or Chaparral, because that's not going to work. We have more populated areas in certain districts than others in different parts of the incorporated parts of the county. Another thing I picked up is what you had quoted, Mr. Lopez, a law from 1933. That was before my mother was born, when people were still riding horses, donkeys, and mules. And that is something that needs to be addressed by this board and ask our legislators to really define that. What I was a little disappointed in is we had the county auditor here. We knew about this issue when the county auditor and his staff was here. Why didn't we ask him at that point to look at our best policies and procedures? They were here for months at a time, and we knew that this was an issue for, gosh, I remember talking about this issue last summer with you, Mr. Lopez, regarding the Flood Commission and maybe moving it into Public Works, maybe even longer than that. And if we thought we were moving forward, then that should have been brought up to the state auditor to look at our practices and procedures while he was examining other departments and examining the county manager's office and the commission. That would have been ripe for that discussion. I think that what you said, Mr. Garza, about unintended consequences and not to rush into decisions at this point. Agreeing with Chair Sanchez, I think that is a great idea. We need to be very careful about what we do. And I'm very selfishly thinking about the Dragonfly project, because if we're $50 million into grants, what is that going to do if we start moving things around without strategically and thoughtfully putting this plan into place? It's going to affect our residents. And so I think this is a ripe discussion that we should be having with the state auditor and the attorney general through a legislator, so that we can have some guidance. This law is almost 100 years old. It's not as useful as it was almost 100 years ago. And although we have our county attorney, which I'm sure you've been working on this, but you yourself said it's a very complex issue. And so we need guidance from other attorneys, but specifically from the Attorney General, since you mentioned that 1933 Attorney General opinion. I think this is ripe for responses from the Attorney General, from the state auditor, so it can help us move in a direction that is very appropriate for this county. And instead of us guessing where we're going to go, if we have that kind of guidance, in the long run, it's going to impact the unintended consequences, the rush into bad decisions, have best practices, and hopefully we won't need to go back to them for a few years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And I think, and Mr. Lopez, I think you can probably correct me, but I believe part of the reason the audit that was reviewed, part of it may have been limited from the fact that this was a JPA organization, or at least that was the understanding of it. And so when we look at the JPA organizations, that was kind of limited in how much they delved into that. But also, I think the discussions we've had has been specifically about what is contained in the JPA and trying to figure out how we move forward with that, just because it was an older JPA. So I don't, I know while there's been the discussion, I think financially, I think that's been this whole, I think that's that's kind of been the whole onion and peeling back the layers that we've found this recently. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the audit did not really cover into the JPA organizations.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, absolutely correct. They did not really get into the JPA organizations other than making sure that we were following the GASB standards for accounting. It wasn't until, I will be perfectly honest, as we were having these discussions attorney to attorney, that last Thursday, our representative, Mr. Ben Young, kind of hit me upside the head proverbially with the, hey, recognize they are part of the county, their accounting department, that it really, the light came on that, oh my gosh, we have not been treating them like a county department, because the JPA made it look like they were a standalone entity. And when we reread the statute on Thursday afternoon, that's when we realized that if that is indeed the case, then that's where all of these concerns that we talked about this morning came forward. So Commissioner Chaparro, that's why it wasn't in the big one. As of Friday, we did notify the state auditor of this issue so that the state auditor can weigh in on it. We have not heard back yet, but we let the state auditor know this itself is very new to us, and we were bringing it to the board today just for that initial disclosure and discussion. So the state auditor is aware, should he decide he wants to weigh in immediately, or if he wants to wait to see how we move forward. If this board does want us to, I think we can absolutely work with state legislators to get an updated AG opinion and see what their perspective is on a new statute. As we all know, getting a statute passed for a brand new law is not quick, and I would be very surprised if we were able to get it through at first read at its very first session that it would go to. There's a chance, but that's typically not what happens in Santa Fe, which means we would then have to wait 2 more years for it really to be heard. So we're looking at probably realistically 2.5 years before a legislative fix could come forward, in part to address exactly what Commissioner Chaparro is raising as the ability to move funds from district to district, because the statute is very clear that we're working under now that it does not allow that movement.
Could I interject just wondering, if there are only 4 flood commissions, how much opposition could there be to a change like this? In other words, if we could somehow get the Association of Counties to kind of help with that, along with some of the other efforts, could we not potentially have a higher chance of success, given that it's very limited in how I guess other counties or may use this, or other entities may use this, so that there's not less opposition?
Mr. Chair, I think that's absolutely a good opportunity for us to reach out to the others and find out if any would oppose it. And the writing of anything, as Mr. Garza pointed out, that's really where the devil will come in if everybody is in agreement with what would be drafted.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right.
All right, thank you all very much, and we will keep you posted as we come across other things.
All right. I know the next item we have is for our preliminary budget. I don't know whether we want to, I know it's going to be a little bit heavier discussion, so we want to take a quick 10-minute break, or, okay. So it is 11:07. Let's say we'll come back at 11:20. 11:23, and we'll be back to our agenda. Our next item for discussion will be item number 4. It's the fiscal year 27 and 28 preliminary budget. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Eric Alvidrez.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you very much for having us today. I do want to say that we're going to try to fly through this presentation quickly, given the time frame and given the fact that we have another agenda item after this. So if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me at any point. So today's agenda, we're going to talk about the remaining items of the calendar, some historical data and forecast, our overview for fiscal year 27 and 28, and then some of the capital items pending funding sources. So the most important thing is May. Those are the next 2 items that we will be looking for potentially for approval. We could either do May 12th, but if necessary, if we need to push it back, we could do May 26th, and we will just submit the budget June 1st. And then, of course, July, we will be looking to bring the 4th quarter approval and the final budget, and then submit to TFA by the 31st. Our total revenue growth and expenditure growth both have been increasing relatively close. I did want to point out that this does not reflect our recurring budget. This does include one-time items. So we did actually budget for an over expenditure scenario because of one-time items. But we do expect them to even still continue to be higher, or expenditures to be higher than revenues in the near future, as reserves are used for various projects and one-time items. But in order for us not to continue down this path, we do make sure that reserves are used for one-time items and that recurring revenues exceed our recurring expenditures. So we are in a balanced budget. Our general fund growth has been very steady, which is great to see. Even this year, we're expecting revenues to come in higher than adjusted budget by $1.36 million, which is $4.59 million over our adopted budget. Our cash reserve history, so just by the appearance of it, it does look like it could be concerning, but it's not. The biggest reason we had a decrease, as we've discussed before, of course, from 24 to 25, we did drop or I wouldn't say drop. We had excess spaceport GRT cash sitting here within the county, but that money was returned back to the district itself. And then the reason there's a slight decrease from 25 to 26, again, is because of the one-time items for reserves. And then the things that we'll talk about moving forward is forecasting our major revenues and expenditures, as well as our economist forecast, the new housing department, HCAP, and the assessor's 1% fund request, as well as all of our other revenues and expenditures. So the largest source of countywide revenues are GRT, of course. I believe that we're budgeting $101 million for 27 and $108 million for 28. We are going based off our economist projections, which is 6% increase over fiscal year 26. And then 7% over 28. So 6% growth for fiscal year 27, and then 8% or 7% for 28. And then, of course, the next largest portion is property tax. The next line in our service revenues, the biggest portion of that is the care of prisoner revenues that we receive, which 20 million makes up the 33 million there for both years. And then our other revenues are primarily made up by fire and EMS distribution, Secretary of State funding, penalties and interest, late charges, and other miscellaneous revenue. And given that we are gonna dip into one-time items for reserves and capital projects, we figured it'd be best to keep investment revenues flat. because that amount does change contingent on our cash reserves. And then grants, that's one thing that I just wanted to point out. In 28, there is a large decrease. So that's one thing we did not anticipate for the biennial budget is grants. So the only thing that we actually included for grants is grants that we know for sure we're gonna get every year, like DWI grants, some of sheriff's step-up grants, buckle-up grants. Those we do get on a yearly basis. Once the grant team is set up and we have our progress list set up for all of grants, that would greatly help us in the future to actually project and forecast what we're going to have for the biennial budget. General fund revenue, same thing here as covered in the last slide. It's primarily made up of tax revenues, which is GRT and property tax. We do have other taxes as well, like the compensating tax and payment of lieu of taxes, which we get towards the end of the year. Service revenues, primarily made up of franchise fees, vehicle fees, county clerk fees, landfill fees, and other miscellaneous fees. Same thing here for investment revenues, we just kept it flat. And then some of the important notes on the expenditures that we'll talk about is a 5% unrepresented position board increase for FY27 and 3% for FY28, not including employees on the step plan. And then we are going to also see an increase of 16.6% estimated health insurance increase for 27 and 13.5 for 28. That amount might change. And then we'll talk about union step increases are included, new positions, and then capital requests as well. So one of the biggest items that has been proposed is a new housing department, which has been brought up by Daniela Andrade and other staff as well. So I won't spend too much time going into this. The things that we are included in the budget is, of course, the operating budget request for 27 and 28. Out of the major requests, the only things that we're including is some of the smaller items like the CLT certification, CLT legal counsel, and then in FY28, I believe we're budgeting, it might just be the operating cost for FY28. So the biggest ask, of course, or the positions as well, sorry. So the biggest ask is the construction plans, which is $5 million for each year. Of course, that is subject to change based on the engineering drafts. But we are budgeting for the positions, the operating costs, the certification, and the legal counsel. The rest of the money is expected to come from excess GRT. And then our healthcare assistance program / indigent fund, this might be one of the bigger items as well. I won't dive into too much detail, given that the board had already discussed this in the previous meeting. But the total request just for the pilot program is $2 million. And then, of course, there's some hard costs that just come with it, like the planning and development consulting, and then the IHA's management software. We might have to revisit the figures on the planning and development consulting because that money should be spent more upfront because we shouldn't need the consulting for the entire amount for both years. So there will be some slight differences. And we just wanted to recommend really revisiting the current budget expenditures and identify sustainable long-term funding source. Because the indigent fund can absorb the additional HCAP request for 27 and 28 based on current reserves. But in order to just see long-term sustainability, we do recommend that we could explore those options. If you'd like to explore some options at another time, we're more than happy to sit down and look at some options. And then next we have the assessor's request to move the majority of assessor's 1% fund over to the general fund. So the 1% fund is a 1% fee that they charge for, I believe, the reappraisal projects. So that goes back into the fund so they can use it for a reappraisal project. The assessor wanted to just leave 3 things in there: employee training, memberships, and incentive pay. We do recommend, If the overall reallocation is approved, then employee training memberships and incentive pay should be moved to general fund as well, since that would reflect the movement of positions, as all positions are also wanting to be moved over to general fund. And then the biggest impact that we're going to see in 27 is 1.7 million. That includes both positions and operating budget.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Very quickly, Eric. We're talking about positions with the assessor's office. How many positions are we talking about that would be moving over?
Commissioner Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, I believe we are moving 8 positions, and then there's 1 part-time position. I think they might be a student. Yes, 8 appraiser assistants, and then 1 appraiser assistant, which is fixed term.
And are there any vacancies among those positions that have not been filled that we'll have to account for?
Currently, there is 13 vacant positions, and then 1 of them is for that intern or student position. I'm not too clear exactly what it is, but yes. And then just since we are going to cover it later on, might as well talk about it now. They were requesting 5 positions as well within this budget cycle, but we're not recommending to approve them at this point in time, given the vacancies and then this movement.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
Eric, just wondering, do we know how much the reappraisal project is going to cost?
Commissioner Chair, we don't have a definite amount, but we have been talking with purchasing, and it could come in from anywhere from 2 to 3 million on the high end. It just depends on the scope of work that they actually want to do. That's going to be the biggest factor. So that the intent is to, of course, move these funds over to general fund, so it does allow the buildup of reserves within the 1% fund. But we have made the recommendation, it's best to structure the budget based on how the operations are actually structured within the department, because if there's going to be some people helping out with the entire reappraisal process, then maybe we should leave some salaries or operating costs within the 1% fund. But as of right now, we're just proposing what she had requested.
Yeah, no, and I guess I understand, and I guess my question is, because we just haven't seen, well, I'll speak for myself. I haven't seen the plan.
Same here.
She refuses to come to work sessions. She's made that very clear. But you know, one of the things that I think is, I understand the want to build up the 1% fund, but again, without understanding the amount or the plan or over the certain amount of time, it's really hard to know, you know, what the request is. Because, you know, if there's a request to, you know, if there's a plan to build up that reserve, it's just understanding how much we can build up every year, and, you know, not necessarily against possibly looking at funding this through the general fund, but I think it's not just saying like, okay, we're going to do this willy-nilly just so I can have my own pot of money that I'm going to use in the future. They said to me, there needs to be a plan built together with the assessor and this commission, and understanding the goals of each as well as the statutory requirements, so that way we can make sure she has the funds she needs to meet those, but understanding what that plan is. And I think that's, so I was just curious, like I said, because I haven't seen the plan and would love to work with her. But again, she refuses to come and want to work with the commission, so.
Yeah. And then just for context, I think they receive on average around $1.6 to $1.7 million in revenue each year. So it would take about 2 individual fiscal years to get to what they need, assuming it would be around $3 million.
Yeah, and I'm just taking just from like kind of what you're putting at that bottom table here on the bottom left. If that's going to be, assuming that that's the amount that's going back to the 1% fund, it sure seems like, you know, you could take some of that money out of that 1% and help pay down for that reappraisal now, and not stress the general fund. But again, just Just thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. And I'll wait.
Thank you. I was just going to say that is definitely something to look at. I believe they want to contract out the majority of the services. So at this point, we'd like for some guidance because currently everything is budgeted within general fund right now. So it does affect our balanced budget. So if some of it is moved back, then of course that does free up some space in the balanced budget for both years.
Commissioner Sandro.
So, I don't want to beat the subject to death, but I do have a couple questions. So Commissioner Chapato asked, we're moving the 8 appraiser assistants and the 1 appraiser assistant fixed term, which is a student appraiser. So those positions are being taken out of the 1% fund and being put into the general fund. Is that correct?
That is the request, yes.
So the total general fund increase for those positions is what?
So it is where that second table on the bottom left, reallocate to general fund. So all positions remaining currently in the 1% fund for 27, it would cost us $660,000, and then for 28, it'd be $693,000. So.
Okay, so then what do we attribute the increase of the 1.7?
So it is also the remaining of the operating expenditures. So
okay.
Since I've been aware, they've requested to budget their entire operating budget every single fiscal year, going back to the last 10, 15 years. I don't know how far exactly it goes back, but that is how they've been requesting it every year. But now that they're looking into the definition of what a true reappraisal project is with our legal team, there is some agreement. Sorry, Carrie, I didn't mean to loop you into this, but there is some agreement now what a true reappraisal project is. So it's kind of the same situation with flood in a sense.
Since we have a true definition of what a reappraisal project is, would anyone like to share that with the board? As we have not heard this definition, and I would love to hear
it. We can give it our best shot, but I think that should primarily come from the assessor's office as they are the subject matter experts. But currently what they've said, what they do right now is the maintenance side of things. So every time someone buys a new house, they go and reappraise it, or there's a new property that's reported, they are considering that maintenance right now. A true reappraisal is going out to the entire county and truly reappraise every single property. So if someone appraised their home 20 years ago and now they're gonna, or they've added a lot or something in the back of their house, that is gonna be picked up in the reappraisal process.
Okay.
But
no, that makes sense. That's exactly, I think, what we all thought it was. So I'm glad the commission wasn't too far off on what we thought, which is really great. You must have all heard the radio show, right? No? Okay, I'll send it to you all. Or I'll have county manager send it to you all. But I do have some questions as far as why we're taking out, because even if we did put this to a third party and allocated that money over 2 fiscal years out of the 1% fund, which I think is perfectly fine, my biggest question would be is that someone's going to have to monitor that, check that, facilitate that like a project manager within that office. So why are we taking all these positions out of the 1% fund when, unless the county is totally hands off, which I'm sure the taxpayers would definitely have a lot of concerns over. So I understand putting a lot of this into the general fund, but I can't exactly say that putting everything into the general fund and then just paying for this third party out of the 1% fund is necessarily right, because there's no oversight at that point in time. Unless there is oversight, I would love to hear about this from the assessor and her team, because transitioning all these positions means that there's no oversight in that office out of the 1% fund for the reappraisal program, which I don't understand.
That's exactly why we recommended to structure the budget based on how the operations are going to be structured. But I think her intent was she just wanted to build up the reserves as soon as possible. But I think that's definitely something that needs to be hashed out.
Yeah, because I mean, I think the county, I don't speak for the rest of the county commissioners, but I know this commissioner would love to build up her reserves as well. for the county. So I think we're gonna have to understand more, but not your concern at the moment, Eric. You may continue on. Thank you, commissioners, for my TED Talk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Chabada, please.
So I don't know, I'm not sure if the rest of the commissioners heard this at one time, but I thought I heard a few months ago that it was going to be 4.5 million from a representative from the assessor's office instead of 2 to 3. Was I incorrect? Did I hear incorrectly? Or did I just make that up?
No, that's the number, that's the number I heard, but like I said, wasn't sure what the actual plan was.
Mr. Chair, I did get clarification on the RFI that went out, and so there is a range from 2.5 to 7.5. So that's the range that was just sent down to me from upstairs. And I do want to add that we're anticipating the assessor's office to begin FY27 with around 1.6 million in that 1% fund, plus an additional 1.7 that's supposed to come in next fiscal year and the following fiscal year. So that takes it up to 3.5 million per year. From this budget standpoint, and what we've seen as where we're not meeting statute is there's no plan that has been presented to this board for the use of the 1% fund as it relates to reappraisals. And so that's where we're seeing the issue is if we don't have a plan that's approved by this board, we essentially are violating statute for
And
the
if
use
I
of those
may,
funds.
Do we have a timeline on that, Lucio?
So we've been communicating with the assessor's office, and so the last that we heard is the assessor would like to meet with 2 commissioners at a time to discuss this. And so ultimately, if their plan is to go through a third party, then that plan should be coming to this board for your approval. If not, then we'd have to work with the assessor to be able to divide their operations, what it's going to take to do a reappraisal, and that includes the division of positions, operating costs, and anything else that indirectly impacts the reappraisal.
Thank you for that response, and I appreciate that the assessor wants to meet 2 at a time, but nevertheless, the obligation to report directly to the taxpayers is a different matter. And so bringing this before, whether it be a work session or a meeting, well, it's going to have to be a meeting so that it can be approved by this board.
Yeah, she doesn't like our work sessions. She says they're pointless, so she won't be joining us here is what she stated. But I volunteer to meet with Commissioner Chapato and the assessor.
I think that's a good
let's do
idea, Commissioner Sheldon, on this. Thank you.
If there's some budget presence needed, please let us know.
Mr. Chair, and one last thing I would like to add is this being an elected year, the assessor can only obligate 50% of funds that are in their general fund and 1% budget. And so up until January 1st, and if our assessor is reelected, then she continue on. But a new assessor can come in and have a different plan as well that comes to this board.
Thank you, Lucia.
I'm assuming we're good to proceed?
There may, it's a continue. We may give you some other guidance as we move along, but continue.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. So our next slide is the overall county expenditures. As you can see, 48% of our expenditure budget is made up of personnel cost, and 51% of it is made up by operating cost, and then 1% of it is made up by debt service. Same thing here with the capital outlay and the grants right now, and for FY28, that's one blind spot that we'll definitely have to cover for the next budget cycle. It's just working with departments a little bit closer to really address the progress of capital projects and grants. That way we have a better forecasting method moving forward. But this is the first of 2 slides for the FY27 and 28 overall expenditure budgets for departments, specifically their operating costs. So the first line item, as you can see, is the assessor's general fund hit that we did budget for. We can reverse this or some of it at the board's request, but we figured it'd be better just to budget for it, so at least we know what our balanced budget will look like in the event that we would take on all of it. Second line is the event fund. We put $1.1 million because the event itself is going to take place right at the end of June, so we don't know exactly how much is going to be carried over into FY27. So even right now, there's been a very small amount, less than 1% actually spent in there. We didn't put anything in FY28 since it hasn't received formal board approval, so that might be an item that can be taken with a budget revision at any point during the year. And then the next two item is just budget and grants. Now we're just separating our budget from the county manager budget to keep track of costs more efficiently. Same thing with housing. Opioid fund, I believe now they're gonna start putting that whole program into process. That's why there's that large increase. Economic development saw increase because they're carrying over, I believe it's their Wilson and Company RFP, as well as the, what's the other one? I can't remember the name, but I know the Workforce Solutions is also a large one that is going to be covered in there. But finance and purchasing, the reason it increased because of the BDO contract for the RFP reimplementation purposes. We did carry over that amount. Flood, I believe they had an increase because of their master planning that they're trying to do. So that amount might definitely change given the previous presentation. Fire rescue had a large increase because of the elite emergency medical services contract, as well as some other items that were approved by the board previously, like some money that was appropriated to NMSU and Mesilla Valley. And to not bore everybody with the details, the rest of the departments pretty much saw increases for their operating cost. But to save time, I will skip through them. We did try to include as much detail in the notes in case you want to kind of look at the details. But of course, if there's any questions, we will definitely be happy to address them. This is the other half. Again, the departments to about halfway point had a 2% increase. Some of them we were able to keep flat. Departments have been really great with working with us these past couple of years. We've really tried to right-size everybody's budget, and we're just very grateful for all of the departments. But there is some, of course, that you can see towards the bottom that had some large decreases. Of course, the assessor's 1% fund, given the previous discussion. The auditor, I believe just the JAG special audit fell off, which is why he has such a huge decrease. And then I believe his peer review is coming up in FY28. So that is an increase that he had there. County manager had a 50% decrease because we are now moving out the ice rink, performance and budget, and grants budgets out of there. Community development, we still have to follow up with them because they wanted to centralize their ESRI contract, but we still haven't verified exactly if the other departments have decreased their budget to cover that cost. But overall, for FY28, there was an 8% increase, and then for from FY27 to 28, there was a 1% decrease. And then here we just have a summary.
Sorry. Mr. Saldron.
I just have a really quick question, Eric.
Yes,
sir. So I see that roads and engineering has a flat budget this year.
Yeah, that is correct.
And can we just talk about that a little bit?
Yes, sir. So there is, if I can anticipate a question, this is Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. So Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, we've had some extensive discussion with the budget team regarding the chip seal in particular. This board has brought forward in the recent past the desire for us to move towards approximately 100 miles of roads being chip sealed. And the roads team is completely supportive of a high maintenance effort. The challenge that we have right now is our team can only do about 25 miles of road a year. So we would need to outsource 75 miles of road a year. That is approximately $7 million. And if we look at needing to do that to all of our roads in the county, that means that it's going to be an ongoing $7 million hit. And so we are not comfortable bringing that to you right now for this, and would rather bring it to this board during the retreat to discuss how we might look at financing that over time.
Okay. Nope, that answers all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. So then next we have our general fund expenditure summary. As you can see, personnel costs makes up 62% of the total cost, and then operating costs make up 38%. And that is the largest thing to talk about there. Next, we do have our FY27 budget recap in millions. The projected, we're projecting to begin FY27 with $166 million in cash. Of this total, $94.1 million is unrestricted. $60.5 million after reserve requirements, and then $71 million is restricted and designated. There is a note that unrestricted cash does include hospital lease and other revenue cash, which is approximately $13.9 million. And then we are as well meeting our reserve requirement, which is one of the things that we really try to be mindful of. And then here we have probably one of the most important slides. The seesaw is missing, and I do apologize. I don't know where it went, but you can see that our recurring revenues outweigh our recurring expenditures, which is arguably the budget office's biggest goal, is to present a balanced budget. So currently the total revenues for 27 are budgeted at $344 million. FY27 total expenditures are $393 million. So that does leave a deficit, but what we really try to focus on is separating restricted funds, one-time capital items, event fund carryover, and then other one-time items in operation, because that is not something that will keep happening, I guess, forever. But what we really try to focus on is having that budget surplus. So for FY27, it is $5.7 million. We just want to be mindful that that amount could change given the flood discussion, given the assessor's discussion. And then we will try really hard to see if we could do a deeper dive on other items, but for now, those are kind of the biggest factors that could affect this amount right here.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
what was our surplus last year at the end of the budget year?
I think I can't remember the exact amount, but it was around $2 million.
Okay.
And you'll see that we did highlight last year that that amount would change. So we'll definitely see the hit in FY28 for the SAFER grant, because now we are going to be in charge of paying out all of those positions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Chair. And I do want to add some of the items we're considering when we're building this budget is, as Eric mentioned, we do have SAFER falling off in March timeframe. That's around $2 million. But we also want to consider some of the new sections, quality of life and recreation and operations of new rec facilities. And so we want to make sure that we do end with the surplus, because 4 or 5 years from now, when the operations for those facilities kick off, we want to be able to have a budget and some capacity to operate those.
So I believe minimum the goal would be a $5 million budget surplus, correct? Perfect.
Would we not, I mean, I guess with the projected increase in revenues, I mean, are you talking having a surplus and then having that increase as well? I guess the revenues, which would then ultimately go into probably the operating expenditures?
Yes, sir. And so, and then as we start planning this out, it does give us the capacity without having to come back to our existing departments and say we need to, reduce our operating budgets to be able to grow in this area. And so this helps us to begin the planning stages and discuss with our new section that this is what we have to work with in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank Thank you. And then this is our FY28 budget recap. So again, we're expecting or we're projecting to begin that year with $117 million. We're projecting $250 million in revenues, and then expenditures of $269 million, which would leave us with $98 million in ending cash. But again, after that reserve requirement of $34 million, we're projecting our adjusted ending cash balance to be $64 million, and then $18 million to be taken out of reserves. And then below you can see our cash restrictions breakdown. For the unrestricted, the adjusted ending cash would be $26 million, designated would be $2 million, and then restricted would be $34 million. And then the user reserve, sorry. So unrestricted will be $12 million, $3 million for designated, and then restricted would be $2.8 million. That's what makes up the $18 million at the top. And then again, for FY28, again, we are seeing a surplus. This year, again, might be difficult to forecast at this point in time, but I think once we start getting a better idea of one-time capital items, one-time items and operations, as we work through that with departments, that amount can definitely change. And then, as Lucio mentioned, the biggest reason why there was a decrease is because of the SAFER grant falling off. And then these are the new position requests for departments that are being proposed to be accepted. As of right now, I did want to point out that the fire positions, as Stephen mentioned earlier, that amount will decrease. So for the next meeting, we will definitely update that request. But overall, engineering has 1 position, facilities 3, HHS for the HCAP program has the 2 positions, and then housing will have 1 in 27 and then 1 in 28. So that brings us to a total of 21 positions currently for FY27 and then 16 for FY28. And then these positions are the positions that were requested, but because of the budget surplus right now where it's at, of course, we cannot approve everything, but we did want to present everything so you are aware of what is being requested from all the departments. So I will not go through these one by one, but we just did want to present them. So if there's any questions on any of these positions, please let us know. Same thing for fire, that request will come down eventually. So that brought us to a total of 61 positions that we currently cannot afford for FY27 and then 61 for FY28. The budget impact would be around $5.3 million and 5.7 for 27 and 28 respectively. Then we do have our capital and process items. So detention does have their capital and process items here, but these amounts are subject to change, of course, depending how we end the year with. And then airport had some items here for $600 million. The other half, or I would say the other majority, will be requested as a new item, which was $1 million to finish the runway hangar asphalt access. And then utilities had some carryover items there. DASO had, one of their items here was put under capital outlay and process, but I believe they did budget for that this year, so we'll see if they actually get that item or not. So that item might potentially come off the list. And then we have some items for facilities and clerk's office that are also getting carried over. So the total carryover amount puts us at $7.9 million. And all of these items were previously approved by the board. I just wanted to point that out. So then these are the new capital outlay requests from unrestricted funds. The first one is the items for detention, which puts them at almost $5 million for FY27, and then 3.6 for FY28. Well, there is more. So there's a couple more items in there. And then IT also has some items in there. Airport has some items also in there. Fire marshal has 2 trucks in there. Roads and engineering, I believe that is designed for their new steel building, and then facilities had a request in there as well for the Chaparral Fire Station. What else do we have? Then there's some other items for fleet, OEM, and utilities. And then that should be the total of our new capital outlay request. So it's 9.2 million for FY27 and then 4.7 for FY28. And then here we have our capital outlay requests of restricted funds, which is made up by flood, fire, and the domestic violence campus. Here we have all of our vehicle replacements. We did put the amount of vehicles in there and the exact amount of dollars for each unit. So these are all the departments getting some. This amount of vehicles will change as well, because I believe this is entire vehicle replacement list for roads. So we're going to go back and revisit everything to see if we can just tackle the top priorities, so that this amount will change potentially. And then these are the remaining items that we could afford this year. So the total amount of all vehicles for FY27 is 11.9 million. And then the total number of all vehicles requested is 78 vehicles. And then we jump into FY28, again, roads. These will change as we reprioritize everything. But overall, there was an ask of $10.6 million and an overall number of 60 vehicles for FY28. And then these are all the capital outlay requests that are pending funding sources. So they have been requested, and we wanted to bring them up just to put everything out there. I believe these can be covered later on at the potential board retreat to see what can be prioritized. We technically put the housing in there, just because we're not budgeting for those revenues yet. So, yeah. And then from here, we just have some items from facilities, HHS, fire, and then some other items for fire. And that brings the total amount of capital requests pending funding sources for 62.3 million for FY27 and 73.8 million for FY28. And then lastly, we have our external agency funding levels that do come out of PILT funding. So in FY28, overall, it was $7.1 million. FY27 will stay flat for the most part. And then FY28 does have a slight increase of $241,000. There's one item in particular that I wanted to talk about or ask a question, which is the Animal Service Center. I believe, I can't remember, I believe it was in a Las Cruces town hall meeting. There was some ideas expressed that we would like to keep them flat, but they actually ended up decreasing or requesting a decrease in their budget. So I just wanted to see if that was okay with the board moving forward.
I think what I'd like is that we kept it flat.
Perfect.
What I understood, and maybe I'm making an assumption here, is the Animal Service Center decreased their budget at the request of the city of Las Cruces. And the city of Las Cruces, obviously, we understand, I think we understand why they requested a decrease, but they told the Animal Service Center if they decreased their amount they gave, then the county had to decrease our amount, and which is not necessarily the wording in the JPA. So, like I said, my thought, at least what I wanted to do was, then this is just me being one of five, was make the request that we just keep it level or the same as last year.
Perfect. We will make that update and keep it flat.
Commissioner Trotter, or did you have a?
Well, I didn't have a question about the animal services. I had a question about FIM Las Cruces. I recently received a request for more money, and I didn't realize that we were giving them $95,000 at this point. So I'd like to maybe poke somebody's brain about what and how that's being utilized.
So as far as I'm aware, I believe we budgeted $50,000, and then there was a breakdown for an additional $45,000. We did receive the email with the breakdown, but maybe Denise Carter might want to come up here and talk about that increase. I believe she manages the contract.
Hi, Chair, Commissioner Chaparro. So my department oversees the Film Las Cruces Services Agreement. Their budget is set at 95,000, and I understand that there was a new request that just came in for an increase of $10,000 for fiscal year 2027. In speaking to our procurement office, given the way that the agreement is written, the scope of work, the RFP that they responded to, and the cap on the agreement, we cannot amend the contract to increase the budget. I will be bringing them forward to do their annual presentation to you all on the second meeting in June, so they can talk about the metrics and all of the work that they've been doing.
Thank you. I'd like to see the contract. I don't recall having it been presented before.
They came and presented last year in January for their FY24 metrics. So what they're going to be presenting in June is their FY25 metrics. But I will email you the contract along with what the metrics are and where they're at.
And I understand we're giving the Las Cruces International Film Fest $20,000, and maybe $20,000 to each might be the fairest thing to do. And so I would like to probably reduce that 95,000 in my mind. I'd like to see the contract, but I'd like to just maybe look at bringing that down and making them, you know, if we're going to do 20 for one organization, maybe 20 for the other organization. That's just my opinion, commissioners, but.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Actually, I wouldn't oppose it. I think one of the things that sticks out is the couple things to me, and I think is that, number one, I think in that letter, it indicated there was $4 million of direct spend that Film Las Cruces brings. If my math is somewhat correct, that's a direct GRT. If that's direct spend that they're accounting for, the direct amount that comes in of that 4 million of the county share of GRT is $65,000. So we're, you know, essentially paying them, subsidizing that, you know, and not getting any benefit from this. I've also seen that the Economic Development Department as a state, while they are prioritizing the film industry, we continue to see that we don't get, even with the incentives on the state level, we don't get that level from that perspective. And I just feel like at a minimum, I was going to suggest, we maybe, based off direct spend, at least, provide them 50% of whatever that benefit to the county is. And so if I did my math right, around 60,000, I was going to recommend 30,000 to give to Film Las Cruces, but 20,000, I think, same ballpark. I'm definitely open to it. I just don't see how, if I'm all about trying to improve and bring in economic development, but if we're not seeing that direct benefit to the county, then I think we need to reevaluate that.
I agree, Mr. Chair. And then given the fact that we've also allotted money to the Arrowhead stage area, I would appreciate a further discussion on that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is just a trend that we like to show for the external agency funding levels, how they have been growing relative to our general fund over the years. And some of the next steps just include, as discussed in the beginning, it's just asking for preliminary approval on May 12th or May 26th if we need to push it off and kind of hash out some of these items. But we do have to submit the preliminary budget to DFA on June 1st. And that should say questions, which it does. But yeah.
Mr. Chair, good job, Eric. Yeah, what he said. I do have a question, Mr. Chair. So I saw, and it's more of an explanation if you could. I'm trying to find the slide as I scroll. So anyway, on page, slide 39, we put in there the Community Land Trust Phase 1, $5 million. Is there a reason why we're doing it in this instead of looking at it through the lens of the Go Bond initiative, since we allocated money through the Go Bond for this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, so we did not budget for the 5 million just yet. This is a to be identified source that we'll also bring up at the retreat next month.
Okay.
Eric, I just want to give you and Lucio and the team and everyone here a shout out, a reminder to the board. This was the first time doing the biennial 2-year budget cycle, so twice the work truly, and I know you guys were working hard on the weekends. And I'm going to throw you a softball lob here. I know GFOA best practice is 2 months of reserve, so where are we at, gentlemen?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so for FY27, we're at over 6 months. And so the state requires us to have 3 months worth of general fund expenditures. So we're a little over 6 months. That does include the hospital funds that we do have that are unrestricted. So without that, we're still over the 3 month. I think we're more in the 4.5 month range.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? I just have one question. And I think as you were going through all the position requests that we didn't have, I think there was 61 that we indicated that we're not, or at least we're not approving at this time. As we move forward with our strategic plan, how is this tied to that? Because I'm just wondering as we're looking at, and I know we were just doing it with the treasurer's office, trying to look at how a strategic plan implemented with the budget. I know there's a transition at the moment from the contractor that was helping manage that for us, but just wanting to know, how we're looking at these open positions and especially tying them to the strategic plan, and or in the future, those metrics and how that translates to members of our communities and whether they feel, like I said, those impacts.
Yes, great question. We do want to put together a long-term staffing plan, ideally for the next 10 years. First 2 years would be to, of course, offload the pressure on operations. The next 2 years off of that would be tying it in more with the strategic plan and so on and so forth. And we also want to do that for capital. I know you didn't question that one specifically, but I feel like we should as well develop a long-range capital plan because there also was a large amount of items that are requested. So we do want to put together a matrix and, of course, tie that to the strategic plan. Currently, we believe these are the requests that will help offload operations, and then they do align with the county's highest level of strategic priorities. So we will eventually pick up momentum with the strategic plan once we finish with the budget cycle, but please know that we do have that in the back of our minds, and we are strategizing to tie everything together eventually.
And Chair, that's something I hope to bring up at the board retreat. We will kick off a 2.0, so to speak, of the strategic plan in January, but I want to give you all an update. As you know, we've had some changes there, and we've had changes in the board, and we'll have at least one more change coming up since that plan was adopted in '23. So we will have a brief update of that at the next retreat, and then a full-on dive into their strategic plan in January.
Very good. Okay. And I know and I appreciate, I think when I look at all of the teams that are represented here in the audience, I think, like I said, I trying to figure out and seeing, like I said, because they have the interactions with members of the public every day, understands the need, and I think, like I said, if we can tie that better to try to figure out how we get them the support they need to support the communities. That just what, like I said, I love the idea of having like that staffing plan and things like that. So, thank you.
Of course. Any other questions? Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Agenda item number 5 is a discussion of possible 3/16% gross receipts tax for EMS, behavioral health, and emergency communications, which would require a ballot measure by November 2026. And we have DCM, Lucio Latrell.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I'll go through this pretty quickly. And so this item is to discuss the potential for emergency communications, EMS, and behavioral health services gross receipts tax. Yeah, as you know, our county is growing, and you just saw in the budget presentation. And so we're looking at potential funding sources in the future that could help with the growth and cover some of the costs that we're seeing. Overview of this tax is pretty much, it's restricted for the operation of an emergency communication center, operation of EMS services provided by the county, and provision of behavioral health services. And so this would be directly related to crisis triage center. This can be imposed in 1/16 increments up to 0.25%. It must be approved by voters. And I did some quick research, and it appears that there have been 17 counties have imposed this GRT. So we're seeking just discussion and guidance on a potential question. So we're looking at a potential for a 3/16 county-wide imposition. Each 1/16 is equivalent to around 4.3 million. This is county-wide GRT. And we do have a possible breakdown and some initial thoughts. Of course, this is just to promote discussion. Initially, emergency communication center at 30%, that's around 3.9 million. And in looking at MRVDA's FY27 adopted budget, their total adopted budget was close to 7.9, so the thought was 50% of that. Emergency medical services of 57%, that's around 7.4 million. As you know, we're trying to staff up, we're trying to provide EMS services and better services throughout the county. And then also behavioral health services at 13%, so that's looking at around 1.7 million, which is our current budget impact to the county for CTC contract. I did want to highlight other potential funding sources as it relates to GRT. And so we do have some local option capacity available countywide. That's around 0.06%, which can be approved by this board without voter approval. After that, we could go up to a total of an additional 0.25%. And in the county area, anything else that we want to increase has to go to the voters, and we only have the 0.13% available. And with that, we'll open up for discussion and guidance. I don't know if we have individuals here to talk about this or if the board wants to discuss amongst themselves.
Board members?
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I understand the need for discussion on this, but and just looking at it very, very quickly, we've had the increase from the GO bond. We're going to have the reappraisal increase, and now we're asking for another 3.5. I just think the time is not right for this. Gas prices are high, food is high. What is of major concern to me is those that are barely being able to hang on to their homes. And we're talking about people in the barrio, people in Chaparral, people on Highway 70, and we don't know who's having difficulties at this time. But to lose a home that creates generational wealth, it would be so sad, in my opinion. But to have these three things going on at the same time, it'd be a perfect storm for people. So again, GO bond, tax, reappraisal, which is going to increase some homes by 2 or 3 times the amount of taxes that they were paying. And then we add another 3.5%. I don't think the time is right for this. The economy is in a situation that is not stable. But that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lucio, can you go back to the slide that kind of breaks it right there? So I don't necessarily disagree with what Commissioner Chaparro is saying. I 100% can kind of agree with that, but also I think that all of us on this board probably would also agree with the fact that, you know, we are seeing needs when it comes to behavioral health, EMS services, you know, the CTC center and stuff like that. So I think I 100% say that the mission here is 100% on par. But I do kind of understand that there's concerns around where the money's coming from. And, you know, it's within the county discretion to do so, and I get that. I just need to kind of understand a little bit more about the whys behind it. And I'm actually glad to see Jennifer here. So like the MRVDA budget is 7.9 million a year. The county puts in 2.9-ish million. So that leaves 5 million. And I know this was a subject that came up during the budget discussion for the city of Las Cruces. Whether or not the merits of that discussion are necessarily relevant today or not, but I do think that there is some shortfalls where the county needs to start looking at how we put in funding into these. So I can definitely see that, but I do agree with Commissioner Chapato. I don't know if right now is the time. I filled up my car the other day and it was astronomical and I wanted to cry a little bit inside. So I could imagine if I'm feeling that way, a majority of us are feeling that way. But I do kind of want to get into the nitty gritty of this at some point and what these numbers look like, where we can help out, what we can look at. If there's anything else we can possibly do. I know that you and the budget team, you and Eric are definitely already looking at those things. Yeah, like I said, I agree with the mission, guys. I really do. I believe that we need to do our fair share and that we need to really put this into kind of the focus point here. I don't know if I can get behind a 3/16 rate increase right now. But I'd have to really think about that and learn more about it. Exactly.
Mr. Chair, if I can add a little bit of perspective, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. There is the potential by this board to take a companion measure to the voters that would result in a net zero or maybe even some savings by retiring the Spaceport GRT. And I raise that because, especially when we start talking about emergency medical services, since fire and rescue reports to me, and we've been having some good discussion, unexpected medical expenses like an ambulance transport also impact people's ability to afford stays. And by taking something like this on, we might be able to move towards a model where we only charge insurance companies for transports and we are able to waive the remainder. We've even had a proposal from Air Ambulance that we could enter into an agreement with them where even if the patient has to be transported by a helicopter, they would have no out-of-pocket expenses. So just wanted to give you some of those options that are there. Ultimately, the nice thing, if we can say that about this, is this would be a decision of the voters. This would not be something that the county government would be imposing on voters. This is something the voters would make a decision on.
Mr. Chair, I do have a quick follow-up question. Now that I see it on here, with the CTC budget, and I see that Jamie's here as well, do we know where we're headed with this? We really haven't had an update in quite some time, and we're in budget season. So what's going on?
Good morning, Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. We actually have the CEO of Summit coming to present to you all the first meeting in June with their full calendar year from 2025. Obviously, the intent is not to continue that same expenditure amount year after year. That was intended to be the startup, allow the CTC to be able to bill Medicaid for anyone who is Medicaid eligible, and so their revenues would increase and our county investment would decrease. We have some modeling in our original business plan, but we are not seeing, which is holding true, where we're not seeing the forecasting come to light is with utilization. So we're still not back up where we were when RI left. So we still need to increase utilization in order to have the appropriate payer mix to reduce the county's investment. But I'm still hopeful that it won't be the 1.7 year after year.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? I I just had and I think looking at the emergency medical services, would this, I guess, anticipated only to be subsidizing our operations, or would we be looking to help our municipalities with this, especially given the agreements we have in place with them?
Mr. Chair, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. The discussion that we have had among all of the fire departments who provide EMS is that we need to operate as a system, and since this would be a county-wide GRT, that we would have some type of provision approved by this board to allocate some of these funds for each of those fire stations or jurisdictions.
Okay. Yeah, and that's why I think exactly like we've seen, like say with the city of Sunland Park, the town of Mesilla, and then obviously with the others, I just was kind of curious exactly for that reason. I don't want to be, I guess I'm kind of concerned of pulling away funding from those residents, but making sure that they see some benefit to it. But I also feel exactly what Commissioner Chaparro had said with, I love the idea of actually, I think investigating the opportunity of sunsetting the GRT for the spaceport and doing something, taking that funds and bringing it to something that benefits our residents more directly. But, I just don't know if doing it this year for implementation, bringing it as a referendum this year, given all of the budget challenges I think everybody else is having. Personally, I think as we see the prices increase and all that, I think is a big ask. So I'm open for further discussion on this. At least for me, I'd love to figure this out because I think at some point we do have to figure out how we continue to bring services and infrastructure and continue to grow that. I know that was part of, we're still seeing growth in this, but I don't know if this is the year to do that.
Mr. Chair, and so into this next, these next few budget cycles, we'll make sure to increase our budget monitoring on our revenues, especially. So if we do see increased GRT from what we have going out in county areas, we could come back to the board and adjust and just make sure we're open and transparent with the growth we are seeing and increasing capacity for any shortages we do have at the moment. I do want to mention also that we do have Jennifer here from MERV that would like to say a few things.
Sure. And just a quick question before we turn it over to Jennifer. But what is the deadline if we wanted to get something on the ballot this year?
I believe August 25th, and that would mean an ordinance has to be approved as well as a resolution.
Okay, so then that would have to be public. You have to have the publication and approval before that. Yeah. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Kim.
I'd just like to say a couple of things about the spaceport gross receipts tax first. Can the money from the spaceport's gross receipts tax be used to help our spaceport industrial park?
I don't know. I think it's because it's not part of Spaceport America. I don't believe it can, but I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, we've had some discussions with Scott up at Spaceport America. He has indicated a willingness, if we keep the GRT, to recognize the Aerospace Industrial Park as connected to the spaceport and therefore allow some expenditures. But outside of his discussion and saying that he's willing to do that, we have not done a legal dive into determining whether that is actually permissible or not.
Okay, so you're saying there's a chance?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
That's one thing we should look at before we get rid of that tax. And another thing, the Crisis Triage Center, I'm all for a tax for behavioral health. I think we need more services everywhere. But I also think the Crisis Triage Center scope can be expanded. We could use it as a jail reentry point. Find other services in there that can be billed for, which will increase utilization of the Crisis Triage Center. So these things all don't necessarily need more gross, and I'm opposed to putting more gross receipts on the ballot this year, but because I just got here and I'll be blamed. But if we could find a way to use the Crisis Triage Center for more services that are billable, like jail reentry, case management, for the people coming out of the jail. And I know when people are in the jail for 6 weeks, theoretically, then they get case management services to refer them to places otherwise. What about the ones that come in the middle of the night and are released at 8 o'clock the next morning? They're not getting services. So if we could redirect them through the Crisis Triage Center and use that as a jail reentry, and I'm sure Summit that we're talking to would be interested in doing some of that, and even the Yes Care jail staff might be able to do it. I think we can we can save the Crisis Triage Center without a gross receipts tax. And we have the luxury as a county to say, oh, we need some more money, let's just raise some taxes. But we shouldn't do that lightly. And so these are just my points about the spaceport tax and the Crisis Triage Center. And I appreciate y'all listening to that, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. All right. Ms. Gorham. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Again, my name is Jennifer Gorham. I'm the Executive Director of Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. So of course, I have to put out a plea for my organization. So I would like to talk a little bit about where that $3.9 million would go. For right now, the MRVDA budget is just approximately $8 million and growing. You all know that my stance is that we need additional dispatchers in Doña County. So that number is going to increase. What this would do would allow our communities, including Sunland Park, Hatch, Mesilla, Anthony, Doña County, and the city of Las Cruces, to be able to put some of the funds that are currently going to MRVDA back into their general funds. The reason that we've had discussion with county officials at this point is because our smaller communities can no longer afford to pay for MRVDA services. We made some drastic changes this last year in the budget for fiscal 27 to allow our smaller communities to be able to continue services with us, but next year that may not potentially be an option. And so I'm very, very concerned, whether it comes from a gross receipt tax. I am a taxpayer in Doña County, so I understand. But we do need to find another mechanism to sustain emergency communications within Doña County so that our residents within Sunland Park, Anthony, Mesilla, Hatch are able to receive the exact same services that the people in Las Cruces and Doña County are receiving. So I just want to put out that plea. If gross receipts tax is not the option right now, there needs to be a very strong conversation within the next 6 months as to how we are going to fund emergency communications with Doña County. So that's mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't think I disagree. I think MRVDA has been has struggled as I think we've seen the not just the growth, but at the same time trying to implement improvements in responses, because I think that's the other thing we hear from residents a lot is I call and it takes X amount before somebody answers or trying to get somebody to respond. And I know they carry a lot there at MRVDA, so understand the challenges. All right. So I think the short answer is I think we need to have more discussion before we do anything and figure out a good line of sight or a good plan for this. Because I think in my mind, I think I was thinking, if we talk on spaceport, if we do have a replacement was, I think we talked a little bit about roads earlier on trying to have a plan to, not just continue to improve, to make sure they're kept up to condition, but we're paving more roads. How do we, I think there's a lot of infrastructure we need in Doña County, but I think this is just another example of it. And so I think we just need to figure out how we go, but before we decide on a full direction for a GRT. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
All right. Well, I know we've got, it's 12:38. We've got one last item if we're able to. Well, we do that now, which would be for a closed session. So we'll make a motion to do that. So I'll move that the board convene in closed session to discuss collective bargaining strategy and negotiations, attorney-client privilege information related to threatened or pending litigation related to the City of Sunland Park annexation case 26-0028 and CRUA negotiations, and the purchase of acquisition disposal of real property or water rights as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H5, 7, and 8 of NMSA 1978. If I can get a second, please.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Brandon, if you can do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball? Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. And with that, move into closed session at 12:39 PM. We are back in open session. Let the record reflect the only items discussed in closed session were the items noted in the motion to go into closed session. And with that, we've reached the end of our agenda, so we will call this meeting adjourned here at 12:59 p.m. And we will see you next week on May 12th at 9 a.m. Thank you all.